Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
They all need something to hold on to. They all mean well. They all respect society, giving me hell. You could never feel my story. It's all you know. You could never feel my story. It's all you know. Oh. May our dreams come to reality if all else fails. Give our we needed the company. Let's drink your hell. You could never feel my story. It's all you know. You could never feel my story. It's all you know. I will not fall. She's in control of everything.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. It is a dark day in Texas today. I'm gonna have a moment of silence. A moment of silence for those who lost their lives, for those who lost loved ones. This has been a tough one for me, guys. I ain't gonna lie. It's been really tough. It hits home. Ugh, I'm gonna need a minute more. Ugh, it's really a tough one for me. 5 kids. That's how many I got. The idea that they wouldn't show back up. That would be tough. Sorry. Haven't even listened to all the stuff that was being said yesterday. I knew it was gonna be tough for me to come on today and talk. I was like, no, that's gonna suck. I'm not gonna be able to. And I was right. But that's the title for the day. What divides is not the answer to tragedy. Our answers are going to be found in what unites us. So if you feel like there's any topics that we're talking about in our communities that are dividing us, those topics, whatever the answers that you think that there are the answers are the correct answers. Those aren't going to be the answers that unite us if they're not answers that divide us. You got to have answers to tragedy that are things that unite. That's what our whole movement's about. It's about being together. Community. One second. All right. I don't know if you noticed or not, but that ask side sure has been empty for a long time. And of course, as soon as I say that, it comes popping back up there. But that ask side has been pretty empty for a while. How many trades did we have? When was the last trade? 7 o'clock? 13 minutes ago? It's been 13 minutes since we've had a trade move through here. I'm not even the one who's, I mean, I'm impacted by this, Tammy. But I'm not even suffering from this, you know? And yet I am. I feel for the people. I can't even imagine. But we got to press on. So we're going to get through this. So last night, I was watching Twitter and there was some amazing things being said. Hold on a second, I gotta blow my nose. Give me a second. All right. So there's some amazing news about Top Gun. Top Gun 2 is apparently just like I've heard from multiple people who went and saw it yesterday that it is just absolutely by far, like if you thought, one of the things that I heard said was is that if you thought that Spider-Man was good, this is like 10 times better. So man, I can't even imagine. I really want to go see it now. I hope I can talk my wife into it, because man, I really want to go see this. I know how much I loved the first movie when I was a kid. I'd like to go see this one. Let's see if Adam Aaron has any numbers for us. I can only imagine. 2 days ago, he posted about AMC Investor Connect screening, which was held last night. They had the movie showing at over 200 US AMC theaters. He's already seen it twice. I've heard somebody say that they were going to see it 5 times. I'm like, I'm like 5 times. Holy moly! Balaclava says, "What do you think of the market short term?" I think it looks like trash, man. PC3 says, "Will Top Gun take my breath away?" And I don't know, man. I didn't see it yet, but it sure sounds like a lot of people. I mean, there's so many people saying it's like the best movie ever. So I know I should have played the. I'll play it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll play Danger Zone. Because I mean, it technically opens. It opens. Or I said tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. I think it technically opens today. But I'll get some kind of retro Top Gun song going in there for tomorrow. Promise. Micah, thank you. 2,000 subs. It's our community that unites, that makes us popular. People like to be around people that um, are together in a community. Tim says, I so wanted to get that NFT for it, just couldn't find the time to go watch it last night. So, you know, some of the popcorn buckets, those popcorn buckets are pretty darn cool looking. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Leave it to Pam to post. Pam the trader to post pictures of it. This is brought to you by Pam. She's posting up the picture here. Look at my popcorn tin. She said the movie was so good. I'm going to see it again on Friday with more people from our AMC community. Fighter Town, Top Gun Maverick. Thing looks like a UFO at the top of it. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Look, there's Pam. There's Pam going in the movie with her. I'm kind of curious how big that popcorn bucket looks. Pretty big. What else is going on in the world? Ugh. Here's recovering addict investor says, "Holy crap, that was the best movie I've seen in a long ass time. I want to become a a fighter jet pilot now." Um, that Dolby Theater is off the hook. Wow, I know. I think I might have to see that with the good sound. It's definitely one of those movies where you're gonna have to see it with the sound being incredible. You know, just intense. Pam Pam is blowing it up on Twitter. She's such a cheerleader for AMC. It's not even funny. I hate this post. Let's see here. What else is there? One of these days, I'm my Twitter feed. Gee whiz. How Monkeypox Started by Nick G. Well, I stalled long enough. The data should be in now for Ortex. So let me go ahead and log into Fidelity here, and we'll start looking at some of our numbers. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, not a bad thing to have. Might help protect you from something or somebody. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. First, I'm going to clean the glasses because that's got to have that, right? How are you going to see anything without glasses? So I'm going to clean off our glasses here, and I hope you guys had a good night last night. Who am I kidding? I hope you had a great night. You know what the worst thing is about wearing glasses? If you ever get moisture in your eyes and then you blink, it's so terrible. You get like you get little splatter marks on your glasses. It's the worst thing. Stupid sweating from your eyes. Alrighty, glasses are clean. I'm ready to go. Let's do this. Guess who didn't? Oh, option chain's not showing up on here. Guess whose computer shut down in the middle of the night last night and was unable to get everything going this morning. That would be me. So last night we had a power outage and I had to kind of get everything back up and running here. Give me 1 second while I pull up all the data because it does look like I'm still missing some information here. All right, I think we're good to go now. So guess who didn't get points, price prediction tally points? Keto and myself, we both missed. Let's see, I had 10.5 to 13.5 and Keto had 10.78 to 13.78. I was off by 11 cents. Ugh, it's so terrible. I thought I gave myself enough breathing room there, and it's just shy by just a little bit. But Eric got one. He had 10.20 to 13.20, and Monty got one for 10.03 to 13.03. So Monty and Eric both getting some tally points here. Short exempt volume yesterday. I would expect this to be high with SSR being tripped. I haven't looked at it yet. Maybe some of you might have. 275.155 thousand. 275.1. Utilization. Showing 100%. Let's see if the date's correct here so I can give you guys accurate information. The 24th, that is correct date. So congratulations to us. That is now day number 75. 75 trading days We are 3/4 of the way to 100 days of utilization being 100%. Day-over-day price increase was a decrease of 10.26%. Off exchange, I expect this to be low. Whenever SSR is tripped, usually off exchange is a bit low. Looks like the final numbers are already in there because I had to reboot late last night. So 47.3 in the off exchange, which is much lower than our 30-day average, and 13.5% in the EDGX, which is the average over the 30-day average of 12.88. The total after you add those two numbers together, which I don't have my calculator open, so let me get my calculator open. Uh, 47.3 plus 13.5, 60, I don't know why I couldn't just add that in my head. 60.8%. A normal day for us is around 64%. So with that SSR being tripped, you can see how some of our additional shares purchased were done or were purchased through short exempt volume instead of being purchased and traded through the off exchange. Moving on to Ortex data, you'll notice that we're currently at 22.17% short share interest of the free float. Shares on loan setting a new high. Oops. Shares on loan setting a new high at 166.93 million shares. That's like 3 million more than what we had yesterday. But we'll take a look at a closer in-depth look at what those numbers actually are, what the differences are. But yesterday was a record set for amount of loans out on loan, or amount of loaned shares out. Today sets a new record. Currently, there's 114.29 million in estimated current short interest. We should see an update on that, I think. Let me just check here real quick. Yeah, we should be seeing it. Yeah, we should be seeing an update to that here. But I'll show you guys the numbers on Ortex a little bit more closely here in just a minute. Let's take a look at some of our other numbers real quick here first, though. Institutional share ownership 191.759 as of last night. Let's give that a refresh real quick and see if we have any new reportings. It might be the same. That's going to be slightly higher than the 191.744 that we had yesterday. Max pain was $12.50 to start the week out. It was $12 yesterday. Today, I'm going to go with 11. 11.50. Still 12. And as far as options go, I just updated those just a minute ago, so those are fresh. No need to update that. At a $40 strike price, yesterday we had 7.3 thousand contracts that were open. There's now 8.6. As far as open interest goes, highest amount of open interest. Currently, highest amount of open interest is at a $13 strike price for calls. That is up from $12 yesterday. There was 13.9 thousand contracts of open interest yesterday at 13. Today at 12, there's 12.8. So it's gone down. On the puts, highest amount of open interest at a $9 strike price. Yesterday there was 12,000 contracts at that price. Today there's only 9.2. So you can see there's some short interest that was closed out. There is a $4 spread, meaning that The open interest is kind of pointing towards an $11 close by the end of the week as of right now. Let me move a few screens over and we'll take a deeper dive into Ortex data and see what we got going on there. There's your utilization, 100% for 75 straight trading days. On loan amount, there's your increase day over day going from 163.41 to 166.93. Absolutely just skyrocketing through the roof. That should have an effect of decreasing the on loan average age per day, but as we saw the other day, that wasn't the case. Let's see if it is now. Still not the case. On loan average age per day is coming down. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that backwards. More new loans should have the effect of decreasing that value, and it did. Yesterday it didn't, but today it did. So it dropped pretty massively from 89.39 all the way down to 81.39. Exchange reported short share, actually exchange reported short interest has a new reporting. It's gone up. The amount of short interest that was reported last time was 100.63 million shares. This time it's reported as 108.87. So an increase of 8 million shares in exchange reported short interest increase over a 15-day span. Ortex's estimated short share interest of the free float dipping a little bit day over day, going from 22.33 to 22.17. The correction, the reason that went down and not up is because of the correction factor due to the exchange reported short interest. So their estimates are being changed based off of those numbers. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was in the top 9 yesterday, coming in with 87% buys to 13% sales, looking really strong. GME was 13th. Look at this, guys, 90% buys to 10% sales. That's absolutely beautiful. The dips are being bought. SSR is on for the day today, but is not triggered, obviously, but it triggers again at $9.35. Shares available to borrow, hardly anything. It looks like they've borrowed most of it. Yesterday, we saw a total of 4.45 million shares having been borrowed in the trading hours. Today, let's see what we got. How many have they borrowed? .415. Hold on a second. I gotta write this down. Yeah, and then I should probably put the calculator up so you can see what I'm doing. Uh, 2.95 million shares having been borrowed so far for this morning. You can almost feel they're gearing up for something here. There's been quite a lot of borrowing going on over the last 3 days. Much more elevated normalcy than what we're used to seeing in the recent past. Not too much different than how it used to be a long time ago. Notice the fees are at 2.4%. Currently, we have 143.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 2.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 31.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 33,000 contracts that are in the money. As it stands right now, the next 2 weeks are still looking pretty bare on the options, but it's climbing. Markets were green yesterday in China and surrounding territories. Europe was green. Nifty 50 was down about 0.5%. So is the S&P BSE, both down about 50.5. I said 50%, I meant 0.5%. IWM is down in the pre-market 0.49. Tesla is down 1.5. Amazon is down 0.72. Cinemark is down 3.59. Doge is down 1.69. I thought for sure I was going to wake up to seeing Bitcoin over 30%, but nope, still under, or not 30%, but 30,000. But nope, still under 30,000, and it's down 0.82 as it stands right now. GME is up 0.11. HYMC is up 0.82. Hood is down 0.88. NCMI is up 2.7, and AMC is down 0.39. Inflow versus outflow. We had 11 million more dollars in inflow yesterday than we had in outflow. Volume, 22.84 thousand shares having been traded so far this morning. That's kind of low volume. The total volume that we had yesterday was, my prediction was 20 to 40 million. We had 37.4 million shares traded for the day. So definitely within that range. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.5, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.05, almost signaling oversold. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.04, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.83, oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.85, oversold. And printing a TD9, which means we should see a bit of a reversal. And touching down on the Bollinger Band the entire way. Typically speaking, whenever this happens, you should see a return to the simple moving average, which is currently at 1052. Let me back out here just a little bit just to make sure I've got the low end. $10.30 is our current low. We're 3 cents away from that right now. Make sure I've got that down on my notes. I did not. Because my computer did reboot last night without me wanting to. There's a storm that rolled through and we had a power outage. Some of my information was not backed up, which I probably should do every single day. But it was okay. I didn't really lose much. Everything, all the recovery files were there. And with that, guys, I can see what it is you're writing. Keto's going 978 to 1278. Got you down, Keto. EJ the collector says, what does SSR trigger means? Short share restriction is something that was put into place after the 2008 crash, which prevents shorting entities, restricting them from being able to short the stock down when the price is moving down. Have we seen that be the case? Not necessarily. It does seem like there's always been some downwards pressure even when that happens, but um, I guess what I want to say is that the key thing for me that changes when SSR is tripped is that there is a short share restriction short exemption rule that goes into place that allows them to legally create synthetic naked shorts and to create liquidity in a market that has no liquidity. So um, and to me, short exempt volume is kind of like the air that blows up our balloon. And so the more short exempt volume we get, the more closer we get to popping that balloon. So it's important for me because I think we need to continuously see volume increasing the size of our balloon. And so because it tells you that they're short on liquidity. So they got to create more fakes. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a good thing. The more fakes that there are in existence, the harder it is that they're going to fall. The bigger the pop. Derek says every time I think it's going to run, we drop. Today I think we're going to drop big, big watch it. We're going to drop big. Watch it run. He said. Yeah. Duncan says everything's going down at the minute. Um, Specifically, let's look at the SPY. It's also heading down. More shenanigans, by the way, in the aftermarket hours last night. I didn't really take a look at it too much. Um, I was not in the right frame of mind last night to be doing any kind of work. But anyways, there was some more of that aftermarket shenanigans going on again. You can see it right here. This time it was a little bit different because some of the players involved were not the same players that were involved yesterday. So Tesla had it, whereas they didn't have it the day before. Amazon had it again. Cinemark did not have it. This is just out of the stocks that I watch. GME did not have it. HYMC did not have it. Hood had it. NCMI did not. And AMC did not. So I don't know what's going on there, but it definitely looks like kind of the thing that you might see if somebody was shuffling positions around. That's what it looks like to me. There's a little bit of movement in IWM, I think, during the right time frame. Let me see here. 1705. Yeah, there's a little bit of movement in IWM, but not crazy amounts. I do, Carl. I do think Bitcoin's going to go down more. The magic number for me, 28,795. When it breaks that, I thought it would have already broken it by now. I had my blue box sitting right here. Looks like I was wrong, but I'm still waiting for that drop below 28,795. When it breaks that, I think it's really, if it breaks past it and has a full candlestick past it, which I'm on the daily interval right now. If it stays past 28,795 for over a day period of time, this thing could go as low as like, I want to say like 17. You could see 17, 16. There might even be some support at like 10K. I think you could see it drop quite a bit. Alex Reed says you have some big balloons there, Casey Shaw. Yes, I do. I do. The back of the big tramp holds big balloons, believe it or not. Cuddy Cut says, "Good morning, Casey. Is there a realistic low price for AMC where we should be concerned?" No. There used to be. I had one. I had one at $10. Where I said that if we didn't see more short interest opening when we got down to $10 range, then we would be in trouble. Um, as long as there's continuous short interest that's being open and it's stacked large, um, I don't think we'll have a problem. But the thing is we're kind of in the end game right now. What we're really waiting on is we're waiting on margin calls. When the margin calls roll in, it's going to be over. So I'm not really worried about how low it can go. What I'm more worried about is how long is it going to take before the market fails? And I think that's really what your focus should be on right now. Like in concerns of, like what you should be concerned about is watching the market to see when that failing point's going to happen. Like if you want to have a point to which you're looking for or towards, you're looking for a market failure. When the market fails, um, it'll be over shortly thereafter. The collector says, now another question. If the price goes below the SSR or a certain number for that matter, does the haircut apply? It's $10. $10 is the haircut. There's different rules that apply to stocks that trade under $10. And I'm not positive to collector, but I think that we have to close under $10 and then open the next day below $10. So keep that in mind. That's probably kind of a little bit of a magic number. I could see us dipping below $10 and then coming back up and closing above it and not having the haircut rules applied. Good morning, Michael. Michael Rooney. Um, Michael says American Airlines had it. Michael Height says that Google had it. Yeah, it was all over the place. Basically, what that looks like to me is to me it looks like a repositioning of well, the fact that it's happening, the fact that we're seeing it in ETFs is what really kind of makes me think that it's a repositioning of the ETFs. You're seeing ETFs being rebalanced um, because you can see it so widely in the ETFs. I mean, look at that 2 minute period there where the ETF went as low as 380.64 and then as high as 403.7. It's like they sold out their positions of certain stocks and then bought back into other stocks. So it's like they're rebalancing their liquidity, sorry, not liquidity, equity into stock positions that are going to be better performers or less losers. And that's what that looks like to me. They're rebalancing into sectors of the market that aren't as volatile or maybe not losing money nearly as fast as others. So that's what it looks like to me. I wouldn't doubt or put it past them to try and secure the money, the equity that they have in the market, because if they lose that equity too fast in areas of the market that are crashing too quickly, then those margin calls are more likely to roll through. So that's what it looks like to me. Yeah, I agree, Carl. Cuddy Cut, you're welcome. Oh, I don't think they're confused. Not Nail. I don't think they're confused at all. I think they know exactly what's going on. They can't do anything about it. There's nothing they can do. CPE said a guy from New York gave his projected sell brackets yesterday, what he is planning. Did you happen to hear that or see it? Nope, did not. Don't care. You know how I feel about brackets, man. I think they're great. I think brackets are great. I think price floors, price targets, price ceilings, those are all, they're crap. Crap. Crap, I say. Price brackets aren't a bad thing, but you shouldn't have them set up right now because you have no idea what the price can get to. You're making assumptions on what people can hold to. We are the ones who own all the shares. We get to decide where the price stops running up to. How do we decide? By selling. We decide it's over when we decide it's over. Nobody else gets to decide that for us. And so if you start setting up targets before price brackets, before you even start running, you've already made a decision what the price is. You're saying, I'm not going to let it go past this point, but you have all the power. Why would you give that up? Why would you give up all the power that you have to make price go up? Because it's the price brackets that you want to set. I'm looking for indicators. There's nothing. There's not a single shred of evidence, in my opinion, on anything that I've found in the past that would suggest that you can't see the top and still get out to within 25% of the top afterwards successfully. That's when you set up brackets. When you know you've seen the top. The collector, not a problem, man. Active, good morning. Björk, 2 weeks. PC3 said, I listened to your synthetic share explanation from yesterday. It was good. Can we calculate what price AMC could run to based on the possible synthetics? No, because the problem is that, again, like that little speech I just ranted on my soapbox, is that you don't know what investors are going to do. So it's impossible for you to be able to know for sure. If margin calls come rolling through and we have liquidation margin calls, right? Like where you see hedge funds completely being liquidated, it would be absolutely impossible to predict how high it could possibly go because it could be monstrous. If you have margin calls and no complete liquidations, but just partial liquidations, then there is a limit on how high the price can go. Because once investors, retail investors, sell enough shares to fulfill margin requirements, then it'll be over. Not completely, not like over in a light bulb kind of moment, but more of a there won't be as much buying and selling pressure going on, and you'll see that in the volume decreasing. How will we know when the market has failed? You won't. It's like, again, it's like that kitchen sink PC3. When that kitchen sink is flying at your face, you'll know it. There won't be any questions. Good morning, Jay. Thank you for your wake up call this morning. Gus says it'll be on the mainstream news. It absolutely will. It'll be everywhere. There will be no doubt in your mind as to what's happening. Preconceived brackets are one. I would agree with what you're saying, Narkill. Preconceived brackets are one of the oddest concepts I've seen in this play. I completely agree. I have like it doesn't even I can't comprehend the idea of why you would determine before and you've seen anything why you would come up with your brackets in advance. You have no idea. None. It's like putting on a blindfold and playing pin the tail on the donkey. it's pointless. It's pointless to even talk about. You have no idea what you're looking at. You don't know until you get to the point to where you start seeing indicators that give you an idea of where you're moving to. Because otherwise, it's like it's not only is it like playing pin the tail and donkey, but it's like facing away from the poster, right? Like they don't even show you where the poster is. They put a blindfold on you, they walk you outside and spin you around in circles and say, it's somewhere around you. You're just like you don't even know if walking forward is going to get you there. You know, it's just like brackets. You haven't seen anything. You don't know. You have no idea. Why would you even be talking about brackets? Like brackets are not a bad thing because it gives you um, points of reference for where you're going to sell. But setting them up in advance, insanity, especially when you have all the control. Sean says, old saying in the market is they shoot the generals last. The generals are Google, Apple, Amazon, etc. They have not been shot yet. I don't know, man. They have taken some hits. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but they have definitely taken hits because, as an example, I started watching when I first started watching Amazon was when Jeff Bezos stepped down. It was $3,500 a share. This morning they're sitting at 2,082. They've lost 1,500, almost $1,500 since Jeff Bezos stepped down as the CEO. Don't ask me when that was. I think it was like July or August of last year. It's been less than a year. In less than a year's time, they've lost 1,500. In fact, here, let's just look at it. There it is right there, $3,773. So it must have been some point after this. It must have been on this fall right here. I would imagine it was somewhere right around here. So it would have been like July-ish, July or August maybe that he exited. I don't know. It was somewhere around here. But they were $3,773 on July 13th. Hey, that's my birthday. They hit their high on my birthday. Pretty crazy though. What's crazier? What's crazier is that this isn't over yet. It's not over. Blew past that support line. Oh yeah, CP, no problem, man. I understand. I know you think it's. I know you think. I know a lot of people seem to think it's funny. You're not the only one. Just remember, what you put in your noggin is what you get out. Yes, Ralph. I plan on being on when the squeeze is happening. Uh, I have I have at least 4 different backups. I have multiple internet sources on which I can stream through. Um, my first, obviously, YouTube's going to be the first place. If YouTube goes down, I have a Twitch account. You know what? I didn't put that. That's a great point. Thank you for mentioning that. I did not put that in my description, and I need to add that in there. So I will be adding a description. Here's our Pokey Stick of Volume, guys. Pokey Stick of Volume. We had 26,000 shares going into it. So far, it's looking like it's going to be about 60,000 shares. So we're going to have around 86,000 shares going into this, which will put us at. Oh, hold on a second, guys. I got to cut off internet here real quick on some things, or else I'm going to lose you. One second. I got to cut some stuff off here. It might be too late. Did I lose you guys? Hopefully not. Give me 1 second while I keep cutting off peripherals here on my router. All right, hopefully that's okay. All right, done. Danny says your title seems like a quote and I'm too lazy to Google it. It was not. I wrote that from the heart. If it is, actually, let's Google it. If it is a quote, it was purely by chance. Let's see. Google wanted to correct my last word into units. I do not see. It doesn't pull up anything. Um, it doesn't pull up anything here. It was from the heart. Alex says 12 to 15, not my brackets. That's a good thing. Fritz says in Ukraine they shoot the generals first. Yikes. Thick says 7/13's my birthday. What? Get the heck out of here. There's no way. That's insane, Thick. It's a good birthday. It's a good birthday. I like it. The only problem is every once in a while it falls on Friday. See transparency rule passing. Thoughts, Casey? I have to go. I don't have any thoughts on it right now. Let me get back to you on that. Transparency is always a good thing, but I mean, I need to deep dive into it and find out. To be very honest with you, Cole, like I've always said that some of the worst things that you're going to get out of me information wise is how to trade options. I understand how options work. I understand how to trade them. I'm probably not the best person to take advice from on options trading. The second thing is due to lack of experience. I have traded options, but I prefer not to. I've said it before that I would relate it to like high stakes gambling, right? There's regular gambling on the floor, and then there's high stakes gambling on the floor. Only people who have a lot of money should be doing the high stakes gambling. To be very honest with you, that's my call it me being old and me saying get off my lawn, you young whippersnappers. But I really do think that there's reasons why options were only allowed to be traded by people who had large portfolios and many years of experience back in the past. It's only a new thing to where now investors can pretty much do it day one of trading. And I think it's actually it's because the market wants to steal money from people who don't know what it is that they're doing. So that's the first one. The second one is you're never going to find me reading massive documents. I leave that up to Charlie. Even though Charlie's got a bit of a conspiracy tinfoil hat, he does a great job at kind of filtering through the documents that he does go through. There are other people in the community who filter through those like Pantheon. He really does deep dives on documentation. Um, Tony Denaro does some deep dives on some of the documentation as well, and I think he gets good answers before he makes comments. I'm not the guy. I'm not your guy for reading, but I will be digging into it, at some point or another, to some extent. Danny says, "I hope we mow ass on your birthday." I don't. Wait, what day does my birthday fall on? It's a Wednesday. Oh, Wednesdays are supposed to be good days for us, or for taking off too. Limit order or market order when you sell. Go to the description box, everybody Jones. Check out that. I've got a great piece in there on understanding orders for MOAS and what they can do for you. I did a big write up on it. It was something that people wanted to ask. They had questions about it, and I think it's pretty good. Ray says, "Will you be able to tell us when you sell?" I am not going to say, "Hey guys, guess what? I just sold my shares." I'm not going to do that. And I would hope that you guys wouldn't do that either, because there's still people invested in the play. And just because you sold, you don't want to be an influencer on others to move their position or do something that they may not be ready to do. Um, but I will make it painfully obvious that I no longer hold a position without saying it. And I will probably continue to do the live streams 2 days. I think 2 days after, at least. Maybe one day. I don't know. I haven't decided. Sometimes I say one. Sometimes I say two. Sometimes I say I'll think about three, even though I probably won't do three. There's no way in hell. But I say I'll think about it. Will the news people use the phrase "the market has failed"? Probably not. Alex, yes, it was a 60,000 share pokey. Pumpy, how's it going, man? How's the dog doing? Or what is it? I forget what your normal saying is. Uh, After Twitch, the next thing that I plan on moving on to is my Discord. If Discord doesn't work, I might consider Twitter, like a space call on Twitter. And those are kind of like the big four that I have as backups. And thank you for kind of refocusing me, Tulu, because you're right. I didn't I didn't say what the others were. But I have, if you notice on the screen, I have my Reddit and Twitter account usernames up there. I will make sure that people know. I'll try to make sure that people know where it is that I'm heading to. But it will be in that order. It'll go from YouTube to Twitch. If Twitch doesn't work, then to my Discord. If Discord doesn't work, then I'll go to a Twitter space call. The reason for that order is one of my main objectives is to record history so that we can see it unfolding in the future. So in the future, it can be seen. I can't do that on Discord. I can't record on Discord. I mean, I can record a separate recording that's on my computer, but I can't remotely record it. Like it's not being recorded by a third party source. So I'd rather go straight from YouTube to Twitch, then to Discord, and then to a space call. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate the kind word there. Kind words. Casey, can we have your address also, just so that we can double sure you're with us during the squeeze over all, to cover all the bases? Yeah, sure. Let me just give it to you. No, man. If I'm gonna go somewhere, I'm gonna let you know, or I won't let you know because you never know what life's gonna hand you. Cole, not a problem, man. And I know I'm behind on what you guys are writing. I'm trying to get back to it. I agree 100%, even more after your second comment, Cole, when you said, "Why would you even do options in such a corrupt marketplace right now? Like the American stock market makes no sense." I'll tell you why. Greed. Greed is the answer, my friend. The reason why people do options, even when they know that the odds are stacked against them, is because they desire money so much that they can't stop. They can't stop. It's gambling. It's a gambling habit, is what it is. Dana says, if my math is correct, I think we have just under 2 weeks. No, Dana, it's always 2 weeks. Oh, Danny says Drinky Drink Wednesday. It is, but my wife's not home yet. She'll be home soon, and it will be Drinky Drink Wednesday. I promise you that. Boy, she had a rough week this week. Not gonna lie, she's gonna be ready for her drinky drink today. I can tell you that for sure. In fact, I bet she's listening right now, going, "Uh-huh, you bet I'm having a drink." So Ralph, the only reason that I would switch to anything other than YouTube is in case something happens to where they shut us down on YouTube, right? Like if for whatever unknown reason YouTube gets shut down and you can't find me on here, I'm gonna move to Twitch. In which case, my Twitch account name is Casey underscore Shaw. Uh, I'm gonna I'm gonna edit my I'll edit my the words in my hold on a second. I'll edit the words in my description and to include that information because I just did change the description as of yesterday, and I'll put that information in there because I think it is important information, and I appreciate that you guys all brought it up. It's really good to know, like, if you're going to go someplace to find somebody that or go someplace to where we can all communicate, it's great to know where it is everybody's going to go, because otherwise you're just sitting there going like, I don't know where to go, and I want to leave you hanging. Um, Alex says you want 5x leverage when this market bottoms out. Uh, I don't even know how to answer that. I'm not sure in regards to what are you talking about exactly? Hi Casey, did you see the shenanigans Barclays uh, is trying to pull? I did not. You'll see Casey streaking on the news after he has sold this position. No, no, you won't. The dog's doing fine. That's good, Pumpy. Barclays is doing a rescission offer. Ah, interesting. Thank you for sharing, Roadster. I'm gonna have to take a look into that because that sounds very interesting to me. I need to watch Old School. I know I'm going to. Monty's got his prediction in 989 to 1289. Wow, that is really close to Keto's. Very, very close to Keto. Keto had 978 to 1278. That's amazing, Monty. That's really close. I'm trying to catch up to what you guys are writing here. Mm. Dana, remember the golden rules. The golden rules are really, really important for a very specific reason. Duncan says the London. Okay, I'll read it, Duncan. Hold on a second. Yes, Samuel, but here's the problem. Everybody says, go to Gangwon style as a meeting place in the chat box, right? But the problem is if YouTube goes down, it goes down across the board. It won't just be me; it'll be every YouTube channel. So we got to have other social media platforms on where we can decide to meet up on. Just because there are multiple places we can meet up. They can't get them all. I refuse to believe that they're going to get them all. Tulip, you're welcome. I don't know what for, but you're welcome. Let's see. I gotta accept these cookies. Apparently, Barclays said it will kick off a 1 lira. I think that's lira, right? Billion share buyback program on Tuesday. The program initially announced in February had been delayed in March after the bank admitted it sold more financial products to investors than it was allowed to. The London-based bank said at the time that the securities offered and sold under its U.S. shelf registration statement for an approximate 1 year period had exceeded a registered amount. This, the bank explained, gave the purchasers of the affected securities a right of rescission, requiring Barclays Bank to repurchase the affected securities at the original purchase price. Late on Monday, Barclays provided further explanation. When was this article written? May 24th, so yesterday. Is it saying Tuesday next week or Tuesday yesterday? The provision for overuse issuance of U.S. securities is partially sensitive to the equity market movements. However, this would be expected to be substantially offset by hedging arrangements, including specific hedging and overall portfolio positioning, it said. Barclays said it had found one material weakness in its internal controls. Now, remember, Barclays was the one that injected too early into the market, like I forget how much it was. It was billions of dollars. Like I don't know, it was a lot. And if you go back to the VIX, it happened right here when we had something I'd never seen before in my entire life. We had on a weekly time interval, we had four red ascending candlesticks on the VIX, and then the market injection of an overage of money into the options exchange occurred right here, and it was massive billions amounts of dollars being injected into the market, and then watch the VIX just drop like a rock, and then it's been slowly creeping its way back up again. So look at that. Now they're being forced into buying more at the market. Uh, Guys, bank errors here, man. Bank errors, big time. They're making mistakes and they're getting caught. The material weakness that had been identified relates to a weakness in controls over the identification of external regulatory limits related to securities issuance and monitoring against these limits. As a result of the weakness, BB plc issued securities in excess of the amount registered under the U.S. shelf, it said on Monday. Barclays shares were up 1.8% early Tuesday. Let's see here. It does not say. I do not see anything in there about what Tuesday they're going to be buying those shares back. Those 1 billion shares. Could have been yesterday. Thick says, can we meet up on MySpace? Hold on, I gotta cough at that one. That was oh, those are pounds. Thank you. Duncan, I don't know why I said lira, because it was an L, probably. Those are pounds. Wait, aren't you guys on the euro? Why would it be pounds? I guess it would be the E sign, wouldn't it, for euro? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ralph says, I'm downloading as we speak. I don't know what you're referencing to, but Headstock says, hey KC, have you broadcasted on Twitch to test it out yet? I don't see that you're live on there right now. I'm not. I don't multi-broadcast to both because of the fact that, um, you know, my internet sucks. so, so I have tested it out on one occasion. We said we were going to do a second occasion. We never ended up doing it. I could spend another day testing it again here in the near future. I know that some people said that they actually had clear video. So for whatever reason, Twitch seems to get better image quality than YouTube does for me. So maybe it just requires less bandwidth. I do have a Discord link, and I'm gonna publish this. I think I'm gonna have to find out a way to publish it, but here is my Discord link. Danny also posted it up there. Oh, UK is no longer part of the EU. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. You are quite welcome. So for volume prediction today, I don't know that I necessarily gave it earlier, but I can't see predicting more than 20 to 40 million in volume based off of our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, which gave us 60,000, almost 61,000 shares traded during that 1 minute, and we had like 26,000 shares going into that. So putting us at like 87,000 shares having been traded up to that point right here. That's not enough to predict anything more than 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day today. And it has happened before where we've seen like a really random run up in the end of the day where we have like just crap tons of volume. That's definitely gonna, that is definitely gonna throw off my pre-market predictions, and there's no way to predict that. Even the algorithms are not expecting that to happen. Um, so when it does happen, I'm okay with predictions that are low. I would just rather be low than high, because predicting volume lower, kind of it's better to look at it on a worst case scenario than the best case scenario. You want to be able to know when there's going to be low volume versus high volume. If high volume comes in and it's unexpected, it's not a bad thing. Hope says you'll have to come back to live stream about something, or at least a podcast. This is not who I am, Hope. I'm not. I'm not that kind of personality. We were on a Discord the other night on my Discord playing poker, and both of my sons were on there, Hunter and Bradley, and I think Danny asked him. They said, "Did you guys think that your dad would be a YouTuber?" And they were both like, "No." That they never would have expected it, but then I think Danny asked them if they would do some kind of podcast, or not podcast, but do some kind of stream later. Bradley said no, but Hunter said yes. Hunter thought about doing something. Queen of Swords says, "What chance is there that won't sign? The man won't sign this executive order, especially that he has added to it. What effect will this have? If signed, will it have on the MOAS, really, Casey?" So I really don't know the ramifications of it, Queen of Swords. The thing is that all these institutions knew that they had a year's worth of time to reposition their portfolios to avoid being impacted by this executive order. As Boss Blunt's put out there, he showed that Fidelity has already acknowledged that they're not going to have positions set up in such a way to where they're going to be impacted by this change. So do I think, and I think that further proves the point that I'm talking about, that institutions are not going to let this just sneak up on them, not like they did last time. So do I think it's going to have an impact? Not really. Is there a chance that there's maybe some hedge funds or institutions that are not repositioning for whatever reason? Possibly. And could it have an impact? Absolutely. So could there be an impact at all? Um, yeah, there could be an impact. Absolutely. But like trying to guess like whether or not how much of an impact there's going to be, I have no idea. I really don't. Um, I will say this. There are a lot of things that are lining up uh, on that June 2nd and June 3rd time period that are all lining up right on that one spot, right, Sam? And so I think there's a little bit of extra focus on that time period because of the fact that there are so many things that are lining up to that period of time. I don't want to put words in Boss's mouth. That's not fair, right? Like I can't speak for Boss. He can speak for himself, but what I can tell you is from my perspective, there is absolutely 100% a lot of things that are lining up for that time period that are all falling into place. Do I think it's going to be absolutely the time? I don't know. I really don't know the answer, but we'll we'll live it together. Narkill says it didn't sneak up on them last time. They played chicken and lost till it was re-signed. I got you. Well, I guess will they play chicken again? Are they going to play chicken again? I don't know. I mean, Fidelity says they're not. Cool, Ralph. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you found it. I've only streamed to it, I think, twice. Once was a very initial test where nobody was expected to show up. I was just trying to make sure it worked. The second time was like an actual day that we dedicated to streaming just to Twitch, and it was for like the last hour or something of a day or something. I forget how long it was. Morning. Yeah, but like I said, Sam, there's so many different things that are all compiling into one period of time. That there's a lot of indicators. It's not just the executive order. If he doesn't sign it, then nothing. But I'll tell you what, I'm more focused on is the idea that the shareholder vote for GME on the issuance of the 3-to-1 shares. I honestly don't even understand like how the market can let that even happen. That will, in my opinion, that will absolutely destroy institutions if they have to pay 3-to-1 dividends to every single shareholder of GME. To me, that is such a massive catalyst that I can't even. I fail to understand how they can even let that happen. Hmm. I know where you're going, Sam. I know where you're going. There is, I guess what I have to say to what you're saying right there, Sam, is probably best seen in the title that I have for today. What divides is not the answer to tragedy. Answers are found in what unites. If you don't agree, you don't have to listen. Um, but I'm not saying that I'm in disagreement with you. I have definitely seen things, and I'm not speaking in terms of boss, but I'm speaking in terms of other things that I've seen and I've presented to you guys. I have definitely seen what appears to be manipulation from retail side to try to get people to do certain things. And I guess all I can say is I can't necessarily disagree with you, but I don't think that it's healthy to be down on the community either. If you understand what I'm saying, it's it's a very difficult spot for me to be in. Like I want there's things that I want to say and things that I can't say. Um, if you guys like, I feel like sometimes when I talk to you guys that my hands are tied behind my back. Um, you guys are smart, right? I know you are. If it doesn't feel right to you, don't step in the cow patties. You know what I mean? Like just avoid the cow patties. If it smells like poop and it looks like poop and it tastes like poop, don't step in it. You know what I'm saying? Just don't step in it. You guys are smart. You know what's right and you know what's wrong. You know, Need for Speed, it wasn't. I, the song for today is an Lumineers song called Scotland. Uh, and in retrospect, I wish I probably would have picked something different, but that's what I picked. I would have liked to have done Top Gun or something instead. But tomorrow I'm going to do something Top Gunish. Queen of Swords, you're welcome. Samuel, I have no idea. If it gets approved, I'm not sure how long it'll take. I appreciate it, Sam. It's really hard for me to talk about things like that because it turns me into a negative person. And to be honest with you, I'd rather be somebody who unites the community than somebody who divides the community. So just I uh, I, I try to avoid some of the ugliness. If you ever spell, if you've ever smelled it before Need for Speed, then you've tasted it. I hate to break it to you, but if it's getting into your nose, nostrils, the fact of the matter is, I worked in an industry where, you spend time learning about small particulates, and if you're smelling it, guess what? You're tasting it. It's getting in there, even if it's just at a microscopic level. All we need to know is that the whole market is down, and there has to be a reason AMC is looking good. I agree. I agree, especially with this movie, man. With this movie, I've heard so many great things about this movie. Just go look at your social media and check out what people are saying. Like, I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. There are people left and right talking about this movie, and I've heard people saying that it's going to be like a $1.5 billion earner. I've heard people say that it was 10 times better than Spider-Man. I've heard people say, I'm going to go see it 5 times. I've heard people say all kinds of crazy stuff, and I've heard that people applauded for 6 straight minutes after the movie ended. 6 minutes of clapping. You kill brain cells when you clap. At least that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. I've heard you kill brain cells when you. My wife's over there is like, no, you don't, stupid. Those people were killing some brain cells. I'd be sitting around looking at everybody. Man, these guys are dumb. They're clapping for 6 minutes. Oh man, my wife always keeping me real. Here comes the drinky drink. Amy says, Casey, forgive me if you've addressed this already, but do you know why some of the YouTubers, Zane, thank you, toast, cheers to a good day today, happy rest. Zane are now saying they're selling AMC at 70, and why in the world Trade is pushing artwork as an investment. Like I just got done saying, Amy, if it smells like poop and it looks like poop and it tastes like poop, don't step in it. Stay away from it. Not yet, Mexican Silverback, but I did make a large purchase not more than a couple weeks ago. Actually, it might have been a month and a half ago. Caitlin says not to mention gold mine, popcorn sales, and many. I know there's so much. This company has so much going for it right now. It's insane, and this market failure is not indicative of what's going on with AMC. AMC is just tied to it. Thanks for not doing all that, Casey. You're welcome. Top Gun 2, Mexican Silverback. Can I confirm that the borrow is 44.96 for GME? Let's check it out. Down at the very bottom is HYMC's Vortex data. I'm going to turn it into GMC here for just a second. And that is not GMC. What? Why did I put GMC? I have no idea. It's GME, Casey. Oh my gosh. What a moron. Yes, 43.44% is their cost to borrow. Their estimated current short share interest of the free float's at 26.43. They have currently 21.89 million shares on loan. Utilization 100%. Let me just check utilization real quick and verify if that's the same date that we went 100% as well. Yep, same date. So 75 straight trading days is as well for them for 100% utilization. So confirmed. Why did I say GMC? I have no idea. My brain, it's weird. I have a weird brain, guys. Weird brain. Jay, good morning. The Layer Zero says, based on the clapping of cheeks, I'm screwed. Future Whale said, Casey, me and my son saw Top Gun last night. It was very good. That's what I'm hearing, man. Everywhere I'm hearing it. Nosa said, when a share is being loaned, it is automatically added to the borrow balance as a long position. Don't. I'm not sure if I understand what you mean by a long position, but it is added to the borrowed balance. I have noticed, Caitlin. I don't. There's not a lot that doesn't go unnoticed. Something else I always tend to see happen too is comments in the comment section dramatically rise as the market starts running, which makes sense, kind of. You say that Mexican silverback, but that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that there's actually that Top Gun is actually a movie for everyone. Apparently, a lot of people are really liking it. I wouldn't count it out. In fact, my wife refuses to watch Avatar, the first one. So, and she's not really thrilled about Top Gun either. But I think I'm gonna try to get her to go out and see it anyways. Need for Speed. My grandma, Grandma Shaw, she's passed. But she used to every time she came to town and she stayed with my parents, she would the first thing she would do is she would take me out to Toys R Us and she would tell me that I could buy within reason, right? That any toy I wanted, she would buy it for me. And the first X-Wing Starfighter that I ever owned was because of her. I love that toy so much. I had so much fun with that X-Wing or why do I keep calling it a TIE fighter? With the X-Wing fighter, I had so much fun with it. It was like it was the best toy ever. And I didn't even put the decals on it because it came with the decals off of it. You had to put your own decals on. I'm with you. I miss Toys R Us, man. I really miss Toys R Us. Sam says, "How do you use the vortex indicator that you have on the chart?" Let me explain it to you. Um, First off, it would probably be best if we pulled up Investopedia and just kind of looked at the definition. So I'm just going to read it off to you. A vortex indicator is an indicator composed of two lines, an uptrend line and a downtrend line, VI plus and VI minus. These lines are typically colored green and red, respectively. A vortex indicator is used to spot trend reversals, so it's an oscillator, and confirm current trends. The vortex indicator was first developed by Etienne Boats and Douglas Siepman, who introduced the concept in 2009 edition of Technical Analysis of Stocks and Commodities. The vortex indicator is based on those two trend lines. The calculation of the indicator is divided into four parts, and this is probably one of the biggest reasons why I love the vortex indicators because it's so robust. The number one is true range. Current high minus current low, current high minus previous close, and current low minus previous close. An uptrend and downtrend movement is VM plus equals absolute value of the current high minus prior low. VM minus equals absolute value of the current low minus prior high. Parameter length, decide on parameter length between 14 and 30 days is common. So really not necessarily days, but periods or periods of time. I'm not going to get into the rest of it because there's a lot of other math that's probably just going to go right over the top of most of our heads. But when it comes to just straight up looking at it, when I look at this thing on the weekly, for example, and I have the colors, I have the VI minus as orange, meaning that's the selling pressure, and I look at the VI plus as the white line is I see that as buying pressure. So when you have a movement going downwards with the buying pressure and a movement going upwards in the selling pressure, then essentially, because I kind of consider it as pressures, this is not a convergence, it's a divergence of those two lines, meaning that there's more selling pressure right now with a VI minus than there is buying pressure. So as these lines cross, in some place like this right here where you have a potential cross and you see a downwards momentum kind of coming, it crosses back over, you can see price moves up a little bit here. Let me kind of expand this a little bit more so you can see it. Price is showing that it's going to be moving back up and going, and sure enough, price does start moving back up. It crosses back down saying nope, more down movement, and sure enough, more downwards price movement. If I scroll back a little bit further, you can see as far back as right here, the vortex indicator, much like the MACD. I prefer this over the MACD because I think for me, when I watch the MACD, I see early indicators that don't always perform. Like I might make a trade on the MACD that too early, and it never actually forms the price movement. But here you can see more buying pressure than selling pressure as they're starting to converge, and the very next day you see price movement moving upwards. And then you see a crossover right here, but it was just temporary, but still more buying pressure than selling pressure until you have a divergence or a convergence leading to a divergence where you have a falling in price. So that's kind of the way that I look at it. It's very, very similar to MACD, but the way I like to kind of compare the two, vortex indicator versus MACD, is MACD is like reading sheet music. If you're a musician, MACD is like reading sheet music for a piano, whereas the vortex indicator is like reading guitar tablature. Very straightforward, tells you exactly where to put your fingers. There's nothing hard about it. It's really, really simple to read. I need that kind of stuff for a guy like me. This is why this is why I prefer vortex indicator over MACD. It's not for everybody. Is MACD a more superior indicator than the vortex indicator? I would say yes. But if you can't read it right, it doesn't matter because you might make decisions that are wrong. For example, if I add MACD in here, right, it's down here at the bottom. What does it show me during this period of time right here? Hold on a second, let me get rid of volume. And RSI. Well, I'll just leave it in there. All right, so you have price getting ready to rise right here. You have the signal crossover on the MACD happening right before and at the exact same time as the vortex indicator. Literally the day before. This is on a weekly time interval, mind you. So so I said day. So the very next week, price starts moving up as it crosses over. Was there a signal earlier on the MACD that would have potentially made a trade earlier into this? And I would say yes, and it would have been in right here. So the MACD signaled a little bit early right here with a crossover, but then never actually went through. Whereas if you look at the vortex indicator, no signal. No signal for that buy-in. The signal I think for the buy-in would have been about here on the vortex indicator, which is down more closer to the lowest low at $1.91 versus what you're seeing on the MACD up here, perhaps in like the $3 range. Again, I think the MACD is more robust. However, I find the vortex indicator much easier to read. So that's just me. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. It just works for me. I think whatever indicators you're using for trading, make sure they're good indicators, number one. And number two, make sure you can read them accurately, because if you can't, then what's the point in looking at them? Yeah, it is break time, guys. I got to get out of here. Just reading through what you guys are writing here real quick. Hey, Pebbles, I just wanted to let you know that I was going through some of my notes the other day, and I wanted to say that you were written down in my notes as being the originator of the itchy booger, the itchy moto. You started that. I just wanted to throw it out there that that's in my notes, and thank you for that. I think it's funny, and it's great. Narkill says that Ichimoto is great. I like it. I think it's a great indicator. We can take a look at it when I get back from break, but I got to go to break here, guys, and so I can get back 15 minutes before market opens and give my price prediction. You're welcome, Pebbles. Credit should be due. Credit's due where it's due, and you're the man. Love you, no homo. Let me see here. Let me get up my note. Oh, the van got feisty. My van's like, you guys remember Herbie? Whatever happened to the day when we had Herbie? Somebody needs to do a Herbie movie. Well, it was Herbie, right? I feel like it was Herbie. Yeah, it was Herbie. Whatever happened to the day when that was funny stuff? You know, a Volkswagen Bug driving around, flashing its eyes, making honking sounds, and we laughed because it was funny. We need a Herbie movie. Alrighty, guys, I'm out of here. I'm gonna leave you some music, and I'll see you guys at 8:15 ish. Because I'm never back on time. See you in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see what you guys are saying. Oops, got music going here. How did that happen? Alright, let me get the message off the screen here, and then I'm going to try and look and see what I can figure out for price prediction for the day today. I'm down a point, so I need to get back in this game. What do we got going on here? We had green markets for the most part in the eastern side of the world. What did those mortgage-backed securities do? They dropped quite a bit. They went from 99.30 down to 99.03. So they definitely are injecting money into the market. The SPY is down 0.41, but increasing overall since this morning. Maybe a couple percent gain today. 2% maybe. Let's go for, I'm going to do the same price prediction, 1050 to 1350. Actually, let's just do 10 to 13, just to give me the breathing room. 1001 to 1301 is going to be my final choice. I keep changing it. 1001 to 1301. That's what I'm going to do. BioLife says, I'm not going to lie, I just woke up and I'm still making coffee for my eyes open. Well, cheers to your coffee. I got my drinky drink. Look at Ortex numbers. I see 22.22%. I see cost to borrow at 4.74%. I don't see anything crazy. Casey Transparency ruling in the general of the Discord. Thank you, Pro Jeweler. I appreciate that. Yes. I actually saw Tony put something out on this. Tony actually already commented on this on Twitter, interestingly enough. I haven't gone over anything on that at all, but based on what Tony said, he said if you're following this, it's a mistake. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. Let me just look real quick here. I hope I'm following. Okay, good. I follow Tony. I was like, sometimes I just don't know if I'm following somebody or not on Twitter. I try to only follow the people that follow me. If you're listening to someone conflating this appealing ruling on a 2020 SEC rule with a March 3rd or Robot Godzilla, you deserve what you get. More bad DD. I don't know. I haven't looked into this at all, but I'll have to take a look at it. And I'll tell you what, Tony's usually pretty thorough on what it is that he looks at. So I really hate going back over and covering things that people have already covered. I'm not sure what he's saying exactly here, but it doesn't really matter. Holy crap. Tony's only following 80 people and I'm one of them. I'm not gonna lie, guys, that means a lot to me. That's very rare. It's very rare for me to be followed by somebody in the community who uh, is a content creator. It's very rare. Speaking of which, I just found out CPE actually has a YouTube channel. He's been on here for I don't know how long, talking to us, and I don't think I've ever seen him once ever say anything about the fact that he's got his own channel. Hats off to him for not trying to promote himself. But I'm going to check it out. I already subscribed to his channel, but I haven't had a chance to watch any of his videos yet. Um, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me how there's people out there that um, you know are putting out content and you don't even know it. Dana said, "Love you all. I will check back later. Thanks for the laughs." You're welcome, Dana. Dana wants a matte black Lambo. Haze Monster says, "Morning, sir. We are ready for another day of straight manipulation. Hope we get question mark, and it's every day, man. Hope we get some gains. I hope so too. I tend to think we're going to stay above $10 for closing. That's my prediction." BioLife says Top Gun Maverick is a watch a theater 2 times. I'm going to go again on Friday. Movie got standing ovation after it was over last night. Only other time I saw that happen was with Avatar. It's amazing, man. M Heights going with 9.35 to $12 for the price prediction. You get $3, dude. Go to 13.35. Wait, no, 12.35. Sorry, can't math. Dana says good earnings seems to be the kiss of death. I'm not sure who that's in reference to, but it does seem that way, doesn't it? Oh, Brian says Dick's Sporting Goods down 10% good after good earnings. Remtac says I know I almost play puts on good earnings anymore. CNBC Duke of Wall Street says CNBC now saying that the market won't bottom until September. Oof, that's rough, man. If we're going to continuously go down until September, I mean that just kind of confirms some of the stuff that we've been saying for a while now. Epic downtrends. M Height says 10% day roughly in either direction. you, you never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates. GME is the only thing up in the pre-market right now, up 0.93%. Oh, no, I'm sorry. AMC's up 0.14. The only two things up in the pre-market on my list over here are GME and AMC. The only two things. That's it. Nothing else. Yeah. So the thing about Twitch Hope is that if I pay for a subscription, the streams that if I have to switch to Twitch, I'm going to pay for a subscription because if I pay for a subscription, then I get the streams recorded and they stay there. So if I have to do that, I'll do that. But you're right though. Everything that I've done so far on there is probably not going to be is not recorded. Cookie Monster says, let's get this thing started. I agree. Let's get this show started for the day today. I will see you guys on the other side of the market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
They all need something to hold on to. They all mean well. They all respect society, giving me hell. You could never feel my story. It's all you know. You could never feel my story. It's all you know. Oh. it's all you know. You could never feel my story, it's all you know. I will not fall. She's in control of everything,
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning to you guys. Another day, another dollar. Nice little rise here on the market. It looks like across the board, everything is up right now, and oddly enough, including the VIX. The VIX is actually up as well. Looking at the 1 minute interval here, since market open, that's all yesterday's data. The VIX has not reported any new data. That's why it's showing up 2.17. At least not on Webull. It probably is reporting something different other places. It's probably showing down. Let's take a look at those mortgage-backed securities. Mortgage-backed securities are rising. S&P is rising. Very, very weird stuff going on here. The mortgage-backed securities did inject a bunch of money into the markets overnight. You can see the drop from roughly around 99.30 down to 99.03, and then rising market open. We're starting to see a little bit of a difference in what's going on through the mortgage-backed securities and the SPY. Where they're both rising at the same time. Very unusual. Need for Speed said, Casey, we're going to be so effing rich. I've watched Boss so many times say it. There's no way I could say it like he does. he's the man. We're going to be so effing rich. That's my best attempt. That's all I can do. You ain't going to get a better you're not going to get a better impersonation than that one. Rico's TA, I think, predicted a green day today. So, historically speaking, green day over red day. If we have red days on Tuesdays, we have a lower percent chance as of recently to see green days on Wednesdays. We have a 19% chance versus a 23% chance if it were green on Tuesdays. So if it is green today, if we do wind up green, look to that as being a trend reversal. Voice needs to get a little more deep and raspy, Cookie says. I don't smoke. We're gonna be so fucking rich. I feel like Tony the Tiger. Rich. There's no way I can do it. He does it perfect. Hot Koch voice. Pro Jeweler says, you gotta get out the Hot Koch voice. We're gonna be so effing rich. I can see Hot Koch saying that. He walks into the office and he says, hey guys, how's it going? Good to see you today. We're gonna be effing rich. He probably just rolls right off the tongue. We're gonna be rich. Have you tried my Hot Koch sauce? Narkill says 9:39 first Hot Koch. Oh man, it's hilarious. Tony the Tiger says they're screwed. All right, we topped off the upper Bollinger the upper Bollinger Band here for a little bit. Usually price will fall back down on a correction to the simple moving average. If they're going to continue to short the price down here, and I say short the price down, in an upwards movement in the market like this, if price is moving low, you can expect that there is some shorting that's going on. Let me move this. This is actually supposed to be the SSR trigger point here. So let me move this to the correct point at $9.35. Uh, if they're going to continue to short this down, the simple moving average would be that kind of breaking point. Are they going to continue to push price down? The biggest way to stop volume when volume is not in your favor is to drop price. That's how you stop buying volume. So you can see here that the attempt to try and drive volume away is occurring. Last candlestick of volume or candle column, the column of volume was 170,000 shares. Typically speaking, they like to get volume down to below 60,000 shares before they start, letting it trade naturally. I'm really curious about there's our VIX numbers. Getting our first reporting on numbers for the VIX. It is up right now, 1.43%. Thank you, Keto. Cookie Monster said, can you do it in Stephen Hawking's voice? I would have to listen to a speak and spell first. If I heard a speak and spell, I probably could do it. I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. That's just what it sounds like to me. How much can we keep buying? Basically, everyone is all in by now. No, I don't think that's necessarily the case, Gary. I still think that. I think when we take a look at the numbers here in just a little over 15 minutes, I think you'll see that we're still buying this dip. I don't think everyone's all in. I know that there are plenty of people who are all in, but I don't think that everybody's all in yet. And I will add to that I do believe that there are people who are still trying to average down their total price per share. I remember back in I think it was March of last year, um, thinking to myself, actually, it may have been February. I'm not sure if it was February or March, but I remember thinking to myself, it was the same time Trey put out a video and he said like, I'm doubling down. And I had already decided that without hearing Trey's video, but I had decided the same thing for myself. I was like, this is it. This is an opportunity for me to get in at, I can double down my position. I had originally entered in around like $13 or $14, and price at that time was $6 or just a little over $6, and I was like, I could. This is an opportunity for me to double everything that it is that I have and average down my cost basis per share. So I did. I was like, I believe in this company. I believe it's worth more than what it is that they're showing the price to be at. The price is imaginary. It's not exactly what it's supposed to be. Uh, and so I started averaging down. So I think there's plenty of room more for us to continue to I think there's still plenty of people out there who are averaging down still. M Height says we're still oversold on most of the time frames. Should be green on the day. What's the volume like though? Volume is only going to be somewhere between 20 and 40 million. However, remember M Height that low volume doesn't necessarily mean low price. Low volume just means that it's easily manipulated, the price, both down and up. Matt says, I let a coworker know Monday that I was in it and what it was all about, and he started a position that day. Remember, Matt, and all of you guys, remember when you're talking to people about this stock, make sure that you don't just say things like buy and hold. Make sure that you also let them know about the struggles that are involved in this, right? Because you don't want them to have an unrealistic idea of what's happening here. And so I'm always really careful about making sure that people understand that this is retail against everybody, and it's going to be a struggle, which is why the three golden rules are always super super important. You'll see them in my description. Only buy shares, number one, with money that you don't need in the foreseeable future. Why? Because you don't want to have to be dependent upon getting that money. You don't want to have time frames as being a limiter as to how long you can hold for. Because if time is not an issue for you, then you win. The minute that you start making time an issue, that's a problem. Rule number two, buy and hold. It's what makes this thing hold. It's the most simplistic plan that you can possibly do that destroys algorithms. It's the fundamental play to breaking the system. Number three, only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading, cash account, no margin accounts. Why no margin? I'm going to say this, and this is going to be a trust me bro kind of moment for you guys. I believe that if you have a margin account and you have shares in your margin account, that you will most likely have problems in the future. I don't know what kind of problems, but I think you'll find that you end up having problems. I can't prove it. I can't definitively, without a shadow of doubt, tell you that I'm right, but I think you will. That's why cash accounts are so very, very important. It's also a good reason to have a cash account because they can't loan those shares out. That's a good reason too. If you go to the description box, you'll see that there's a list of all the brokers, a link to all the brokers and what they did last year. If you want to reference that list and you want to look and see what it is that they did last year, it doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to happen this year or next year or whenever this happens. but a track record is a great thing to look at and know what it is that brokers have done to their shareholders in the past. Good morning, Maggie. Rodwin says, if it doesn't moas in the next 2 months but only reaches $72, do you think AMC investors that are over leveraged are justified in taking profits in order to keep them in the play till 2023? It's not appropriate for me, Rodwin, to talk about your money and your choices. You have to decide what's right for you. I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you what's appropriate. You have to make that decision. I can tell you what it means to sell and to rebuy back in. Um, it's not buy and hold. That's what destroys algorithms. You have to do what's right for you. And I can't tell you one way or the other what you should do. AMC Panda says, and don't tell family you're buying shares. Nobody ever tells anybody they buy lottery tickets. Hey, guess what, bro? I bought a lottery ticket today. Nobody says that. Matt says, that's exactly why I kept it quiet and didn't say anything, and I informed that I've been in it over a year and everybody has been in it over a year, and it could take longer, and give him the full rundown. That's awesome, Matt. Way to prepare people. Um, you know, I really didn't like it when people were just always saying buy and hold. And the reason that I didn't like it was because I felt like it was like trapping people into a position where it's like, like you're just trying to sucker people into buying the shares. Really make sure that people understand what it is that they're getting involved in. Like, you're responsible for that person. Like, if that person is buying into a position because of something that you've said, they deserve the right to know what it is that's involved and what it is that they're getting in. Now, it should be upon them to look into it first, but not everybody does. Sometimes people just kind of go off of what everybody else is saying. So make sure that they know, what are you getting involved in. Casey, can we get 1 minute of silence and no chats for the victims yesterday? BioLife, I did that earlier this morning. I didn't tell people to no chat or anything like that, but absolutely. Let's do it at 9 o'clock. I 100% I'm supportive of that completely. At 9 o'clock, we'll do a minute of silence. If you guys, I'll repeat it in 8 minutes from now, and tell everybody not to put anything in the comment section. I can't prevent anybody from talking, but we will have a minute of silence. Good morning, Milo. Mello. I know it's Mello. Milo. Milo Doug. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Maggie, you have not missed the numbers. 9 o'clock. Well, it's going to be 9:01 because we're going to have a minute of silence, but 9:01, I'll do the numbers. BioLife Hemp says cost of borrow slowly creeping up. That shows shares are now starting to get harder to find and loan out. We're getting closer. I agree. BioLife, it's not a problem, man. I broke down this morning, guys. Legit broke down. I knew it was going to be tough yesterday when I was listening to, everybody talk on Twitter Spaces. I knew it was going to be rough this morning on me, and I was like, oh man, I'm going to have a hard time tomorrow morning. I know it. I just know it. I was stressing over this morning. It hits close to home. It doesn't matter really where it happens. I mean, it could happen in Ukraine. It can happen here in the U.S., in the state that you live in. Life is precious. Hence the title for the day today. Dr. Zeno says, here's what I tell people they're contemplating getting into this. It will age your, it'll age your ass. I don't feel like I've aged, but I definitely feel like I'm smarter, doctor. So if age equals wisdom, then sign me up because that's what I signed up for. Cookie Monster wants to know what the fair value of AMC was or will be. I have always stated that I think AMC is a stock that is worth somewhere at a very minimum, somewhere between $20 and $30. This 1053 crap, there's no way. There's no way AMC is worth $10.54. It's worth so much more. You want to know why I know that? Just take a look at how much they own in assets. Do some quick math. Like if somebody decided that they wanted to come in and buy AMC, how much would the assets that they have? Because I forget what it was. I think it was it Redbox? I want to say it was Redbox that was bought out for. Oh no, Twitter. It was Twitter. Elon Musk was offering 60 something billion dollars for Twitter. And it started bringing up an interesting point in my mind. I was like, well, how much is AMC worth with all of its assets? Well over $60 billion. So if it's well worth over $60 billion, let's just say that it's worth 70, just for argument's sake, right? If you take $70 billion, you divide that by the share count, 515.63 million shares. Oops. That's $135.75 a share. Now, of course, that's not where all the overhead's going to go, right? Like it's not like going to all be wrapped up into share price, because obviously the company needs to be worth something besides just share price. But $135, that's what you would end up getting. This company is worth more than that because it has more than just its assets. Way more. So when I sit here and I tell you that this company is worth $20 to $30, I laugh. I laugh because it's worth way more than that. That's like a bottom, that's like bare bottom minimum is what this is worth, is $20 to $30. It's worth so much more than that. Yeah, I saw the fertilizer crash of that train. Highway Frog. I saw that one. Dr. Zeno says age equals wisdom. Well, crap, I should be very wise, but I've only gotten more blockheaded with the years. Life is weird. You may consider blockheaded, but maybe you are more wise. Maybe you have lived through life experiences you didn't live through before that gave you perspective that you consider to be blockheaded. But in actuality, you're actually smarter. Ah, you guys are breaking my heart right now. I'm gonna have a hard time reading this. Narkill says, can Adam Aaron have a valuation done and speak about that publicly? Not without a share recall. And the only way that he will ever get a share recall is if he convinces brokers to get the shares that they've loaned out returned. And that'll never happen. Guys, I'm going to start the moment of silence a little bit early. We're going to do 2 minutes. We're going to just a little under 2 minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my volume and my camera, and just have 2 minutes of silence for those who are suffering through this tragedy that happened here in Texas, where I'm at. And I know and I understand, that there's tragedy all over the place all the time. I get it, but I'm doing it anyways, out of respect. I'll see you guys back in 2 minutes. I guess what I want to say is just simply the title that I have today. What divides us is not the answer to tragedy. Answers are found in what unites. Community, guys. It takes a family to make the world work. Excuse me for a second. Okay, I'm back. It's time to take a look at our numbers. It's tough for me, guys. It's tough. Let me figure out why this. Oh, there we go. We got the numbers to show up there. Price prediction tallies. Hold on a second here. Price prediction tallies. Monty's got 2. Eric's got 2. I missed 1 point. Keto missed 1 point yesterday with our price predictions. Price predictions for the day today. What do we have going on? I've got 1001 to 1301. Eric has 10 to 13. Keto has 978 to 1278, and Monty has 989 to 1289. Short exempt volume was up day over day. 275.1 thousand shares in short exempt volume. That was up from yesterday with SSR being tripped. That was always higher. Utilization, 75 straight trading days of utilization being at 100%. We had a down day yesterday of 10.26%. It's pretty low. I would expect off exchange, which is right over here next to me. I would expect off exchange by this time of the morning to be somewhere around 44%, and the EDGX at somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's see where it's at right now. SSR is tripped today, so usually that means that the off exchange is less heavily utilized. However, seeing from these numbers, off exchange is at 54.56%, which is really high, and the EDGX is at 12.59. Those are very, very high numbers. The EDGX is still lower than the 30-day average, but those numbers, when you add them up together, I'm going to have to use a calculator. Comes out to 67.15%. 64 is the normal percentage amount that we see in a daily amount. So considering that SSR is tripped, those are very high numbers. Remember, guys, I can't see what it is that you're writing, so if you have any questions, save them for me directly until after I come back and you see me back in the big tramp. Let me refresh Ortex here and see what our current numbers are. Ortex does seem to be stalling out a little bit here. I'm trying to refresh the data. It doesn't look like I have a messed up internet connection right now. I don't know what's going on with Ortex, but the data is taking forever to come back through. Ortex is definitely getting bogged down right now with hits. Let me check out down detector because I'm still not detecting anything on my end as far as internet connectivity issues. As it stands right now, Grande is seeing problems. DocuSign is having problems. Brawlhalla, whatever the heck that is, and Tennis TV are all having issues with connectivity. I don't see like a massive site-wide drop, so I'm not sure what's going on here exactly, but Ortex is definitely taking a long time to report. Well, let me move on from Ortex. We'll move to the top right-hand side of the screen and take a look at institutional share ownership. As of this morning, earlier, it was 191.759 million shares having been owned by institutions. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. 191.756, a little bit lower, just fractionally. Not really much of a change there. Total max pain was $12.50 on Monday, $12 yesterday, and $12 again today. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume. Currently at an $11 strike price, which is $2 down from what it was yesterday. There's only 3.3 thousand contracts. That's actually decent. It's not too high. It's not too low. It's some low call volume today. Low put volume as well. Highest amount of put volume at a $10 strike price, which is up from $9. So the market's kind of signaling for a 10.50 close for the day today. There is 1.7 thousand contracts at $10 on the puts. Did we ever get that Ortex data in? Ugh, finally came through. Let's see, 273,000 shares having been borrowed so far, according to Stonko Tracker. What am I saying, Stonko Tracker? Ortex. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 22.19. Cost to borrow is at 4.74 million I'm saying so many wrong things. 4.74%. Shares on loan today is at 166.93 million. I'll show you guys some of the numbers more in depth here in just a little bit. Actually, I'm going to show them to you right now. Let me just move a couple screens over. You guys found my weakness. Taking a look, unfortunately, I can't show you the charts right now because Ortex is taking forever to download the charts. Definitely some kind of issue going on here. You can see it's how it's skipping up top. It's not my internet. I got good connectivity right now, but it's skipping around on Ortex. What I can show you though is that our estimated free float is at 22.19, cost to borrow at 4.74, shares on loan is 166.393, and utilization at 100%. Unfortunately, I can't show you any of that. Let me try refreshing one more time. See what happens, just for the heck of it. Yeah, that's not doing anything. Wow. Nothing. Good job, Vortex. Even my YouTube's getting better connectivity than you are. All right, well, let's get past Ortex. We'll come back to that maybe if it decides to load up later. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is number 9th right now with 74% buys and 26% sales. GME is not in the top 10. Currently in 15th position with 82% buys, 18% sales. Looking very good there. SSR trips at $9.35 today. SSR is on today because of it tripping yesterday. Shares available to borrow is down to 0. It looks like they've been, I can't even count this. This is like so, I mean, they've borrowed everything they possibly could there. Only returns in the ETFs. Total amount of shares borrowed for the day today is at 2.95 million shares having been borrowed. They're borrowing everything they can. 140.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 5.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 35.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 28.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.16, Dow Jones is up 0.09, and the S&P 500 is up 0.05. We currently have more advancers than decliners with 4,274 advancers to 3,171 decliners. The VIX is up 1.46, IWM is up 0.73, Tesla is up 1.71, Amazon is up 0.8, Cinemark up 1.79, Doge is down 0.57, Bitcoin is up 0.15, but still under 30K. GME is up 4.67, HYMC is down 2.46, Hood is down 0.88, NCMI is up 3.15, AMC is up 2.21. Inflow versus outflow, we have $1 million more roughly coming in on inflow, with 6.39 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. After 42 minutes of trading, we're on a pace for 59.42 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would likely see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. I'd say that puts us definitely on pace for what it was that I was predicting. On the weekly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.77, which is almost signaling oversold on RSI. On the daily, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.84, signaling highly oversold, but not oversold. It's not triggering the oversold mark at 30%. On the hourly, we have what appears to be a imminent crossover with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 43.3, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.49, which is just above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.66, above average RSI. And with that, let me look at Ortex data. Still not giving me a full load up on the screen yet. I can see what it is you guys are writing now. Nikki asked a question. Oh, he didn't have the surgery yet. 1 in 5. Well, yeah, it is just under 1 in 4. Yes, Francis, that is correct. Good morning, ABC. Your dog ate your homework. You sir get Saturday to school. You get Saturday school. Saint Manet's dad saying Ortex is very slow. Cost to borrow on GME is insane. Don't know if it's a glitch. I agree. Ortex data is coming through very, very slowly. You know what this is in order of? A tweet. That's not what I wanted. Hold on a second. So I just reported. I just I just sent out a tweet to Ortex saying, "Howdy y'all. Seems like you're having problems. Bless your heart. Care to share with us why the delay on the reporting?" In case you don't know, being from Texas, when you say "bless your heart," it means "f you." so so I basically just said to him, "Howdy y'all. Seems like you're having problems. Screw you or f you. Care to share with us why the delay on the reporting?" Yep. Maggie said, "Bless your heart." What the? Now you know, Maggie. Saying "bless your heart" here in Texas means "f you." ABC says the Fed balance sheet is very confusing. All I could come up with is the information is hidden in a repo or swaps. It's possible. I don't know the answer honestly. 277 average on GME, huh? CP. That's pretty high. I'm glad, Maggie, that you said WTF on that because it tells me that you learned something today. Let me try refreshing Ortex one more time. See, got it under control yet? Nope, it's worse. I just hit refresh and nothing happened. It's still just sitting there thinking. Oh, now I'm getting attacked. Says no data. Okay, this could be now this could start, this could be becoming a market-wide event. No, not market-wide, but internet-wide. I'm starting to see more entities that are going down right now. If you guys lose me, you'll know why. We just got Ortex reporting now. Just came through. Let's take a look at our numbers. There's your utilization with 75 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. On loan amount, day over day increased from 163.41 to 166.93. On loan average age per day dropped like it should when you have more new existing loans occurring, and it dropped dramatically from 89.39 to 81.39. Seeing a drop in this value is usually a very good thing for our future price increases. Exchange reported short interest on the free float. You can see dramatically rised. Oh boy, dramatically rose. Man, my mom's cringing so bad right now. I know she is. From 19.52. Actually, let me put actually the exchange reported short interest actual amount. The exchange reported short interest rose from 100.63 to 108.87. So 8.2 million shares in reported short interest increasing. Security lending volume was up yesterday. Not substantially, but it was up. A lot of borrowing is going on right now. A lot of borrowing. Did Ortex really reply? I hope they did. No, they didn't reply. I would have laughed so freaking hard if they had done that, BioLife. If they had replied back, it's reporting now, bless your heart too. I would I would have died laughing. Wait, did they really respond? I'm not seeing the response yet. Hold on a second. I don't see the response. They sent a general tweet. Hold on a second. I gotta see this. We are aware that some users are experiencing server issues. We are working with one of our cloud providers to correct the issue and restore service. We apologize for any inconvenience and appreciate your patience. That's good. Glad to see they. I like spacebound.loopring.eth said which company owns the servers and which investors own the company's shares. It's deliberate. Why would some users be experiencing server issues? Which cloud provider? That'd be the question. One Love says, P.S. Bless your hearts. Looks like 1073 was kind of a level of resistance that we may or may not be breaking out of right now. We've got 1, 2, 3 touch points ish, and possibly breaking through on the fourth. Serbika, that's like saying I couldn't watch a Netflix movie because everybody else was watching one at the same time. That's not our fault. If they're providing a service, they should be able to provide it to everybody consistently, not because there's a high peak amount of time. So, I mean, I think I know where you're coming from. At least that's what I'm perceiving it is what you're saying right there. Like we're all looking at Ortex at the same time. Well, yeah, but if you provide a service, you're supposed to be able to provide it regardless of how many people you have who are trying to access it. So the question really becomes why? Why is it not available right now, but it is usually? Let's see. Maggie says a short score increased. Let me see what it is. It was like 70 point something. Oh yeah, it definitely increased. 71.25 is our short score now. I think we were at like 70 point. I can't remember. I want to say it was like 70.6 or something like that, and it's up to 71.25. Buy to sell ratio for today so far, Carl. We are currently so far we're at 74% buys to 26% sales. We're buying. We're buying. That was at 9 o'clock Central Standard Time or 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'll update the data here at 10 o'clock and let you know again. Mike says, what happens if trigger price is hit in consecutive days? We've seen that happen on a couple occasions, nothing specifically. And you're welcome, Carl. Okay. Sorry, Serbika. I got you confused with what you were saying. My apologies. Um, there's something I wanted to touch on. I don't see the message that I was looking for. There's something somebody said something and I was like, oh, I'm gonna touch on that. I'll go back in time, Mike. I think it might have been Mike's comment. Let's do a little history lesson. Let's go back in time here. Let's go to AMC. We're gonna go back to the future. Dun dun dun, 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 dun. So all these red lines that I have in here, and it's not updated for current. But I was doing a little bit of a study, and I just kind of want to show you real quickly here. All these red lines are days that we triggered SSR, not necessarily days where SSR was on because of the previous triggering day, but because of the fact that SSR was triggered on that day. And what you'll notice is that there was actually a period of time where we had on 10th of December, 13th of December, and the 14th of December, we had 3 days in a row where we triggered SSR. As you can see, the price movement that went down during that period of time. We almost had to back-to-back SSR trigger period of time right in here, but there was a gap in between as well. These are SSR trigger dates, though, that I have previously plugged in just because I was trying or attempting to look at how SSR impacted stock price overall. But anyways, that's you're wanting to know what the impact on SSR has. Each time that it triggered multiple days back to back, you could see that there was a price increase right afterwards each time. In fact, I would wager to say more often than not, when you do have a SSR triggered to within 2 days, you end up having price increases. Not always. Here's another trigger back here. Not always, but it does happen. I need to go back through and put more of the SSR triggers in here, and just so we can kind of mark them down and know where it is that that they happen at, as I do believe that they are significant. Sorbika says 1985. Can you imagine if you could go back? How many things do you think this is one of the things I kind of wonder, like if I could legitimately go back in time, how many events could I remember and the dates that they would go to try and profit off of it? Because I don't know. I think it would kind of without the almanac, I think I would be kind of I'd be hosed. I don't think I could remember the dates. Yeah, no kidding, AMC Panda. The unfortunate thing is I've got a lot of kids, and they love Netflix, so we got to keep it. Remtax chewing on gummies. Steven said, I had a dream last night that I sold 20 shares of AMC and got $2.8 million for them. You never know. It's an exercise that I've practiced with you guys in the past. What if I told you were holding Bitcoin? If you were holding Bitcoin right now at its infancy stages at $10 a Bitcoin, and that in the future it was going to be worth $60,000 at some point, how long would you hold for? I did see it, Ken. Let's do it. Cheech and Chong. I think we've watched it once before. I know we have. I know we've watched it once before. And I never actually realized that my dad may have gotten the joke from Cheech and Chong, but there's a chance. Yep, we have watched it before. See, you can tell. Well, let's watch it again, because you know what? I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Let me just make sure the sound levels are appropriate here.
Warnick,
Yeah,
come here.
what?
What that?
I don't know.
Look like dog shit to me.
Yeah, looks like dog shit to me too.
Pick up.
What?
Pick up.
Oh,
Feel like dog shit?
yeah, feel like dog shit.
Smell.
Huh?
Smell. Ugh. Smell like dog shit.
It smell like dog shit.
Taste.
Huh?
Taste. Taste like dog shit.
Yeah, tastes like dog shit.
Good thing we don't step in it.
Yeah, good thing.
Let's go eat.
Yeah, eat.
Oh man, I love Cheech and Chong. Yeah, don't step in it. You don't want to step in that dog shit. You can smell it, you can taste it, you can look at it, but don't step in it. For crying out loud, do not step in it. Dan says, what's the cloud looking at? It's a great question, Dan. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto cloud. After I just ruined everything else here on the page. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, let's check it out. On the 1 hour interval, you have the conversion line below the baseline, but coming back up to meet up with it. So it's moving in the right direction. You have the lagging line below the price line, and you can see we're well below the cloud. Typically speaking, price does like to move up through the cloud on the thinner portions. You can also see that the cloud is getting narrower as the futures are showing. That's on the 1 hour. On the 4 hour, we have conversion line below the baseline. We have the lagging line below the price line. We have price running up. Price does like to push through the cloud in the red sections, on the thinner portions of the red sections. Could there be a push through today versus tomorrow? It's potential. It is definitely a potential. Tomorrow, the upper side of that would be $12.72. Today, the top of the red line is at $12.80. So you're really looking for a push through $2 from where we're at right now, essentially. Our bottom was $10.30. I see a little bit of something a little worrisome to me. We could have the potential for a inverted head and shoulders. We do have a little bit of a shoulder here, a little bit of a head here, and then if price rises back up to under $11.33, and then hover sideways for a while into tomorrow, you could have your secondary shoulder. I said worrisome. I shouldn't say worrisome. An inverted head and shoulders is bullish, which could be a breakout going up to higher new highs. I would suggest somewhere in the range of the resistance level over here around $13.26. So we could have a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders going on. $10.30 is our bottom. Saying that, what I want to see is a 15% increase in price in order for us to know that we've completed the synthetic price failure. Let me just see how much that is and then kind of mark it off so we know what we need to be looking for. $11.84. I'm just going to call it $11.85. So we're really looking kind of like in this range up in here. So I'm going to add a line in there. So 1185 is going to be that point that we need to see us break through and break through it like really hard. Not just a touch and kiss off of it, but like a breakthrough really hard. If we can break past 1185, then that's how you know that we're moving into new highs. I know that's a buck away from where we're at right now, but that is how the algorithms tend to trade. Otherwise, what you'll see happen is either new lows or testing of the lows that we've already had. Basically, stop loss hunting. I haven't looked into it, Maggie, and from what Tony DeNaro is saying right now, that it's not a thing. It sounds like the Supreme Court sided with the SEC. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into it. Hanzo's saying, are you gonna play the federal meeting later? Probably not, because if you look at what the scheduling for it is, it's not anything I don't think related to us. Um, it's basically Governor Lael Brainerd at the Johns Hopkins University of School of Advanced Institute Studies 2022 commencement ceremony, Washington, D.C. I don't really care what he has to say. We have the FOMC minutes later on today, but those aren't scheduled to be watched live. What I will be watching, though, is tomorrow is the Vice Chair, Lael Bernard, the same individual, talking about digital assets and the future of finance, examining the benefits and risks of a U.S. central bank digital currency, CBDC. I will be watching that for certain tomorrow. That's going to be at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But no, I probably will not be watching any kind of Fed minute meetings today, as they're not being advertised as live viewing. I'm not saying it's a false document, Splinter. I'm just saying that I don't. Well, I don't know where you're getting that from, but um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to get out of it. Maggie says we need to ask one of the reporters at the Fed meeting to ask why the Fed is pumping. If you have connections, do it. Go for it. It's I understand what you're saying, Narkill or Derek. Sorry, I meant Derek. Um, you could rattle a ton of shit off. Eventually, you'll be right. I give up on some YouTubers just saying. Quite honestly, guys, like we're really I can't stress this enough. We're really at the mercy of the market right now. Hedge funds lost. They lost this battle back in November of last year. It's our long institutions, our brokers um, who are controlling things right now. The hedge funds done lost. They lost a while ago, a long, long time ago. Uh, when the market does fail, that'll be the end of our story. It'll be the end of our story because margin calls will start happening, and we won't have to worry about how much longer is this going to go on for because then we know it's going to happen, and it basically just comes down to that one final moment of picking your point where you're going to exit. And it really doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't matter what the catalyst is going to be. It could be a Fed paper, it could be war, it could be um, a volcano eruption somewhere, it could be anything. But we are literally at the mercy of the market right now. There is nothing else that is controlling price more than the Fed, maybe the plunge protection team, and our brokers. And they're going to decide when this is over. But until then, they're going to push for a quote unquote soft landing as much as they can. So throw out whatever kind of paperwork you want to throw out there. Call it the DD that's going to be the end all be all if you want to. But I just say hold on until you see it happen. Doesn't matter what it is. I know what we're waiting on. And so in a sense what I'm saying is Derek's right. In so many fewer words, um, we're just waiting on that one event, Derek. That's what we're waiting on. Whatever it may be. Maggie said, Casey, I thought you could use your connections. Bless your heart. Well, Maggie, I don't have connections, unfortunately. Um, bless my heart. I have no connections. Um, it could be part of the reason why, Adam, yes. Thomas is saying the cost to borrow is looking sexy. It certainly could be part of the reason. It tends to look like we're on an ascending parallel channel. Let me just draw some lines because I know we're already kind of breaking out of it, but I just want to see if it's a parallel or if it's a wedge. If it breaks past this, then it was more than likely a parallel channel. Let's see if it bounces off this line here. MCon says, do you think the June 2nd signing by Biden will help us in any way? I can't tell you guys like how often I get asked this question. I really don't understand why people ask the question. I I just told you, man. Like literally, we're waiting for the market to crash now. When the market comes tumbling down and the margin calls start rolling in, that's what you're waiting for. It doesn't matter what it is that causes it. It could be anything, but that's we, we we're sitting in front of two chess players playing chess right now, and they're both grandmasters. And one of them just looked up and said, "Checkmate in 20 moves." We're waiting for that. That's what we're waiting for. There is no long-term technical analysis. Everything is very, very short term on a day-to-day basis. Anything could be the tipping point at any moment in time, and there's tons of stumbling blocks for the market in its futures. BioLife says, "Wow, good read on Reuters. Sorry, Reuters. Retail buying at the same price as meme craze last year. So bullish." Remtac says, "I'm Batman, wealthy." Yeah, we can look at GME, Maggie. Let's take a look at it. Right up top where you see AMC's data at the top of the screen there, I'm going to put in GME's data real quick, which for some reason or another this morning I wanted to call GMC. I don't know why. There you got it at the top. Hopefully you got it at the top of the screen. Top of the screen is 26.37% is their current short interest of the free float, and their cost to borrow is at 274.81%. The utilization's at 100%. It's been at 100% since as long as AMC's has been there. Those are some very high numbers. Putting it back on AMC. And doctors, the reason it's not just the executive order, doctor, that boss talks about it. It's because there's a lot of things that are pointing towards that date, those dates. There's so many things. I can't even begin to name them all. It's incredible. So, could the executive order be that final straw on the camel's back that breaks it? Yeah, it could be. I don't know the answer, but there's definitely a lot of stuff that's pointing to specific dates. Active says, spoiler alert, we're up to number 8 on Fidelity. The Big Tramp says, what is the checkmate in 20 move? All I'm saying is like we're all sitting here watching this, right? And we're watching chess players that are moving pawns around, and knights and bishops and rooks and uh, queens and kings and all that kind of stuff. And as they're moving their pieces around, we're all sitting there going like, "Oh, this is the move I would make," but none of the moves that we think they're going to make are the moves that they actually make because they're smarter than us. But ultimately, the game has to end. And one day, one of those two chess players is going to look up at each other, look them in the eyes, and say, "Checkmate in 20." And we're kind of at that point right now where it's like we're in the end game. At any moment, there's going to be one player who's going to look up and say, "This is it. It's done. We're over. We can't do anything else further." And you're going to see the market just absolutely just start tanking. They can't do anything to save it. And that's when those margin calls are going to start rolling in. That's your checkmate in 20. I don't think it's a glitch, Maggie. No. Good morning, Jose. Or maybe it's Josie. I'm not sure. It's either I'm not sure. If I messed up your name, let me know. Yeah. Super Steven says, Casey, let's play chess. Warning, I'm 17. You know, we talked about playing it, Super Steven. I've got you on my chess um, account now, and let's start a game. Let's do it. And you're probably gonna beat the crap out of me, but I'm okay with that. I'm completely okay with it. It's I'm not sure how to say that. Josp. You gotta make it easy for me, man. CPE says, "Can you tell me if I clip my left ring fingernail, will that cause the squeeze?" Oh man, only if you do a rain dance first. Then maybe. The Big Tramp says, "How long can they keep this going for? How long can you keep going for? That's the real question." Big Tramp, it's not about how long they can keep it going for. It's more about how long can you keep this going for. That's the real key. The real key isn't how long they can keep it going for. The answer isn't how long you can keep this going for. That's the real answer. That's why the golden rules are so important. Super Steven says we can live stream our chess. Oh my God. I don't want to look like an idiot in front of everybody. Why, why would I want to do that? That sounds like a terrible time. Just ask Salty Dog. He's been kicking my butt in chess before. Although I have to say there's a little bit of a difference, I think, and I'm just gonna throw this out there, but I'm used to playing chess on a 10-minute timer for each party, so 20-minute game. And I've only played Salty Dog on no time limit at all. So he had, I think there might be a difference in play style when you're under pressure for time. I don't think, I know. There's a big difference. Copper rules are cheaper. BioLife says, after Moas, Casey, have your wife shave your beard. BioLife, I had I started the challenge of growing the beard when somebody on Reddit posted that we should all grow our beards until we Moas, and I said I changed the rule for myself and said, okay, I'm gonna grow my beard out until we either hit Christmas of last year or $90, whichever comes last. And we obviously hit Christmas already and have not hit $90, so the beard is still here. I have never in my entire life grown a beard out like this ever. I hate beards. I hate the feeling of itching my face constantly. It's gotten a lot better in the more recent few months, but um, the idea that the beard's going to come off at $90 is definitely a possibility. Remtax says some very wise words here. With 3 minutes left to go before I look at the numbers, he says there's a different catalyst talked about every week, guys. Just have some patience. That's all. Don't hop on everything you hear or take it as gospel. Just saying. Yeah, guys, just sit back and relax. You've got your money in a savings account that happens to be lottery tickets. Can you imagine? That's the best thing you could possibly have, a lottery ticket savings account. You don't have to rush this. This is not something that we're in a hurry for. As long as it takes, again, back to the whole idea of if I told you were holding Bitcoin that could be worth $60,000 a share, how long would you be willing to hold for? It's not a rush. There's no rush here. I don't even know what Robot Godzilla is. I don't follow anybody that says stuff like that. I don't even know what that is. Derek says shave your beard in stages. I think that's actually kind of a funny idea, and I might actually do something like that, to be very honest with you. And maybe one day I'll come on with like beard on half the face and beard and no beard on the other. I can show you like this is Hot Koch side, and then I'll be like, this is Casey. How's it going, guys? Good to see you. Well, we'll have a multiple personality day or something. We'll do something fun. It's like wearing a hair shirt on your face. It's so true. You know the worst part is though is like when you're eating food and your beard hair gets in the way and then it like accidentally finds its way into your mouth. Ugh, ugh. I'm pretty sure that's worse than cold stinky loofahs in the shower touching you in your back. Maggie, I'm going on vacation to the beach in like a week or two from now, and I can only imagine. The best part is I'll probably get a suntan on the top portion of my face, and then when I get to go finally shave off the beard, I'll have like two-toned face, like suntan up from above the cheeks and below just completely white as can be. Alrighty, guys, it's time. It's 10 o'clock. Let's take a look. I'm gonna refresh Fidelity. I can't see what it is you guys are saying anymore. Wait until you see the big tramp back on the page again, and then I will be able to see what it is that you're saying. But let's take a look at our numbers. Since this is, let's see, this is 10 o'clock in the morning, so we're doing a short run through on the numbers. On-off exchange. I would expect to see about 49% in the off exchange and the EDGX to have about 11 to 12%. Off exchange is at 54.16 and the EDGX at 12.61. If we add those two numbers together, we're at 66.77% of our total volume going through dark pools. It's pretty high. 64% is normal. Considering the fact that SSR is tripped for the day-to-day, that's highly abnormal. Taking a look at the Ortex data here, which is finally rolling through much, much quicker than it was earlier. An hour ago, we had 273,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now down to 241,000 shares, which will have a decreasing effect on the estimated current short share interest of the free float, but in actuality, it really doesn't look like it changed much. It's at 22.19%. Cost to borrow at 4.74, shares on loan 166.93 million, setting a new record for the day today. Taking a look at options. I almost feel like I'm starting to get a little bit of a hot Koch kind of voice going on right now. Did you see that one coming? Did you? Dr. Zeno? Let's see. At a $12 strike price. An hour ago, there was the highest amount of volume was at $11 strike price for the calls with 3.3 thousand contracts. It's now $12 for the strike price with 15.7 thousand contracts. Do you see what I'm talking about here, guys? Do you see what I'm talking about as far as stepping into cow patties? We went from 3,000 contracts to 15.7. It's 5 times. 5 times the amount of volume going through on the call options. We have a gambling problem amongst us. A major, major gambling problem. We're not, the only thing that's going to defeat that is a catalyst. On the puts, at a $10 strike price, an hour ago there was 1.7 thousand contracts. There's now 3.1. There's a 5-to-1 ratio in contracts on calls versus puts with a $12 to $10 range, which is signaling for an $11 close for the day-to-day, based on what the options are forecasting. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in 8th position with 73% buys to 27% sales. We're looking very strong. We're buying this rise, which is good. Rise in price is going up, and we're still buying. GME is in 13th with the highest most orders on Fidelity with 77% buys to 23% sales. Looking strong. SSR triggers at $9.35. There are 0 shares available to borrow and only returns to the ETFs. So far for the day-to-day, they've borrowed 2.95 million shares. Currently, there's 140.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 5.1 thousand contracts in the money. 35.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 28.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.81, Dow Jones is up 0.24, S&P 500 is up 0.5. We currently have 4,861 advancers to 2,629 decliners. The VIX is down 0.17, IWM is up 1.32, Tesla is up 4.34, Amazon is up 2.56, Cinemark up 2.49, Doge is down 0.75, Bitcoin is up 0.2 and under 30K. GME is up 11.59%. HYMC is down 0.82. Hood is up 0.49. NCMI is up 2.77, and AMC is up 3.6%. We currently have more inflow than outflow, with $4 million roughly dollars going in. 12.74 million shares having been traded for the day today. What did I say? 12.75. After 96 minutes. We're on a pace for 51.8 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested earlier in pre-market it would be somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.98, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.8, which is below average. On the hourly, we have a crossover within the last 2 hours with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 48.21, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.33, above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.16, which is elevated. It does appear that we're on an ascending parallel channel. We did bounce off the bottom. This is a bearish indicator, meaning that when we break out, we should break out going down. Normally speaking, I tend to feel like we break out where we have some level of resistance, which may be around that $11 price range. So you might see some consolidation kind of in here, trading sideways for a while, and then a breakout going down. Very rarely does an indicator like this break out going up, but when it does, it's usually on a cup and handle type situation. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Dr. Xena says, for an accurate understanding of Robot Godzilla, Project Ion, see Pantheon's video on it. Okay. I'm sorry I keep putting that in your head, man. I can't help myself. Straight up like simple humor. It writes itself. AMC Panda says, is that selling puts? And I'm not sure what you're talking about. AMC Panda is what selling puts? It's both, One Love. It's both institutions buying contracts and retail. As far as not, I would say that there is a way to find out, but not without a subscription to something like, say, for example, Bloomberg's terminal. I think may be able to show you like who's buying the contracts, but I'm not 100% certain on that since I've never even had access to that before. But I think that that might show you the difference between who's buying and who's not buying. Thor bladed. That's funny, man. Hayden says Top Gun 2 Rotten Tomatoes score 97%, 99% critic audience score. Nothing but good news with Jurassic Park and Lightyear inbound. It's pure crime this stock is where it is today. I don't disagree, man. Sam says that people are saying it's the best movie they've ever seen. That is exactly what I've heard as well. Nikki said, I think it'll close green today. I was thinking about maybe like a 2, maybe 3% increase for the day today. Um, that's kind of what I was shooting for in my price prediction, which I went 10:01 to 13:01. And the reason I did 10:01 is because you never know. Just trying to guess that they would try to keep the price above 10. Remtac says you don't step in cow patties, you flip them over for mushrooms. I've never heard that before, but it confirms even more so that that's why I don't like to eat mushrooms. Super Steven says the next earnings report will be compared to last year's quarter two of negative 710 per share on 0.44 billion of revenue. So we need to beat this for 2022 Q2. I don't think we're going to have a problem, man. And I think you would probably agree. I don't think we're going to have any problems beating Q2 last year's results. And not only that, but I think we're going to blow it out of the water. I would not be surprised if we had an EPS that went positive. Just saying I think it may be possible. Does that take away the fact that we have debt? No. But I do think that it's possible we could have a positive EPS. And I think that's probably one of the very first steps that we need to see have happen in order for us to start reducing debt. I think our squeeze score is like 71 point something, 71.3 maybe, 71.25. They do have trading signals that show up on Ortex. They have an EPS type 3 buy that they put in today that's recommended holding days is 41. Wow, I don't think I've seen that before. Yeah, I don't. The last time we had an EPS type 3 buy for a period like that was probably never. I'm looking back to see. I'll throw it up on the screen real quick just so you guys can see it, just so you know it's not like a trust me bro kind of thing. But Ortex is reporting a type an earnings per share. Come on, there we go. Earnings per share type 3 buy. They've got a recommended holding days of 41, a mean return of 38.8. It says this trigger only triggers like once a year on average. If I were to go back through the numbers that they have reported in here to see if I could find the last EPS with a recommended holding days that high, let me just kind of drag down here. 3rd of February, they had an EPS type 3 buy for 46 days, and 28th of January, they had an EPS type 3 buy. Let's see if I can figure out where those are. 3rd and 28th of January. Hold on one second. Let's see. The February 3rd one would have been here, just before the run up that we had, right here. And the other one for 28th of January would have been right here. So they're signaling for a run up of some kind here. GME's short squeeze score is, one second, 77.5. Not much higher than AMC's. We're at 71.25. Tank Dog 980 says, "What's the highest cost to borrow max has been on AMC?" Let me take a look here real quick, Tank Dog. As long as you don't mind I'm going to go with the cost to borrow max. And if we're going to go, I'm just going to go back to January of last year. The highest amount that we've ever seen is 213.69%. But if you want average, because there is a difference, highest amount that we've ever had on the average was 101.57. And that was on May 10th. In fact, I bet both those two are on the same day. Yeah, they were. May 10th. Cost to borrow average 101.57 and the max was 213.69. I want to warn you guys that looking at cost to borrow as the true indicator for movement in price is probably not the best thing to look at. I know where you're going with that. Shares are hard to lend. It seems like that's going to mean some kind of massive price movement. And I wouldn't say that you're wrong, but I would not use that as like an indicator, especially when it comes to MOAS period of time. Like you got to throw that stuff right out the door. Just throw it out. That kind of information is not going to be useful for you. Nikki, I heard the movie was great. I really want to see it. Keto, let me check it out. Let's see, Keto. Posted a chart provided from Al from Boston on a DD channel. I'd like to think, let's see, DD channel. DD. Gosh. All right. I love this. I feel like I'm probably not supposed to put this up here. This is, this is such an amazing chart, to be honest with you guys. Because this actually proves what it is that I've been saying for so much time to you guys. I'm just going to throw this up just for a very quick second because I just want you to see this. I always talk about there being the height, right? And that you have a falling down point. You have two different falling down. You have a first point that's going to be a higher fall point from the high to low, and then you have day over day decreasing dip size, right? And then this point right here, this is the point at which you're going to be selling your shares here just before complacency that he's got marked on here. This pattern repeats itself time and time and time and time. I cannot say time enough. This pattern repeats itself. Everything that you're seeing in this entire pattern right here, this repeats itself so many times in our market. All the time. It's not even funny how often that repeats itself. The idea that you can get out close to the top on the backside of the squeeze is true. Super Steven, Casey, I think you need to bring it up a notch, fulfill my confirmation bias by telling me cost to borrow exploded and Kenny G got arrested. That would be something. I mean, I think if you saw Kenny G getting arrested, I think you know again catalysts. You'd see all kinds of crazy stuff start happening. Yeah, GME is up 13% right now. Alrighty, guys, it's time for me to head to break. Um, Let me put up my message and my info. And I'll see you guys back here in just a little bit. 11 a.m. Before I go though, let's take a look at GME real quick. Just to let you guys know, I had this box set up here as a breakout for quite some time here. I tend to think this box is just a little bit too far forward. In retrospect, I would have moved it back just a hair. I'm not going to move it because once I make a prediction like this, I like to keep it because I don't want you guys thinking that I just move the lines all the time. I really should have had this a little bit further back though. But this does I have a breakout that I've set here for, uh, I set this back probably back in November. Maybe not November. It might have been January. So we'll see. Falling price, falling volume. That's bullish. I don't know if you guys have noticed or not where my box is. The dates of our own falling wedge. Just saying. Alrighty guys, I'm gonna go to break. You know what that means. More price improvement. Yay! See you guys in a bit.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back. Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
no. Oh no. Oh, that's so disappointing. I have I have my welcome backs. Welcome back to AMC and ADD, where everything is made up and price doesn't matter. That's right. The price is like I had them all written down, and because of the power outage last night, and I didn't save before the power outage, they're all gone now. So let me make one up. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where everything is made up and price doesn't matter. That's right. The price is like Joe Biden's tweets, Twitter followers. I don't know if you guys heard the latest news or not. Apparently, lots of Joe Biden. They did some kind of audit on Joe Biden's account and found out that he's got like just crap tons of fake followers. I don't know, man. It was supposed to be funny. I killed it. I feel like I'm destroying that whole line. I don't even know if I want to do those anymore. Anyways, it's supposed to be funny, and I destroyed it because I didn't have it written down in advance. Let's see here. Keto says dark pool regulations will be the catalyst we are waiting for. KL says retail inflows at nearly all-time high despite market turbulence. Reuters. Transparency and dark pool regulations scare the crap out of them. Nowhere to hide. Our buy orders. KL says Reuters also says individual investors are buying stocks at a pace akin to the 2021 meme stock frenzy, even as the returns on retail investments sit at a multi-year lows amid a widespread sell-off on concerns. AMC Entertainment call volume above normal and directionally bullish. By the fly? By the fly. I'm not sure what that means. By the fly. By the slap that ask? I don't know. And then also bullish option flow detected in AMC Entertainment AMC with 105,000 calls trading 1.1x expected and implied volatility increasing almost 2 points to 141.78. 527 weekly, 12 calls, and 527 weekly, 11 calls. I don't know that that's necessarily a good thing, Kale, but if you say so. Remtax says maybe we're making a big cup. It is a possibility. Typically speaking, whenever we break out of an ascending parallel channel upwards, like 95% of the time, I want to say it turns into a cup and handle shape. But we've got to see a breakout going up first. It's all right, KL. You can put whatever you want in there. That's cool, man. Freedom of speech here. Freedom of speech. More Rimtac, what I was kind of thinking more along the lines of is maybe a head and shoulder kind of pattern forming right now. If I get rid of all this junk in here, you could potentially see the shoulder, the head, and then we should see the other shoulder lower than the previous shoulder, so perhaps shoulder leading into your breakout. So you get price coming up here, kind of trading a long ways, say sideways here throughout the night, and then a breakout potentially upwards in the range of 1350 perhaps for tomorrow. That's what I'm kind of looking at it as. If it is a cup and handle type pattern, then I would suggest that you would probably need to look at it more from like a daily, right? And in which case, then you would get something that would look a little bit like this, where you'd have a cup, a handle, and then you'd be looking for the breakout somewhere around this line right, the breakout potentially going up like this. So you'd be looking at a breakout on the handle that, or basically the line that's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines ahead from where we're at now. 1, 2, 3, 4. That puts us at like a date of like 9/1, September 1st. If you were to see something like that. So just throwing that out there. That's what the cup and handle I think would look like more appropriately. But based on what we're currently doing though, I see more of a head and shoulder, inverted head and shoulder pattern forming. Purpley outside, freedom of speech so long as you subscribe. And I get it, man. I totally get it. The problem is that, and I lost sleep over this. Welcome to the channel. I haven't seen you post something before. So welcome to the channel. And yes, I know it sucks. I really lost sleep over the fact. I can't even begin to describe to you like how much I lost sleep over the idea that I would set the settings to where people were forced to subscribe. You won't find I don't think you'll find somebody more transparent than me anywhere on YouTube at all, period. I was extremely disappointed in the fact that I needed to do that. But the reason that I had to was because the channel got so popular at one point that we had a lot of people coming in and just saying like a lot of shill bots that were coming in and just posting a lot of crap. And I only wanted to do it for 1 minute. I only wanted 1 minute. That's all I wanted. And then I had to up it to 5. And I hate it. I hate it with a passion because I can't. I hate the idea that somebody has to subscribe to talk. I think it's bullshit. I think it's complete bullshit. But in order to protect the community, the only thing I could do to keep those bots from coming in here and continuously disrupting the live chat, which they still do, by the way, even at 5 minutes, was do that. And I apologize. It's the only thing I can do though. It's the only tool that I have, because even if I block them, they still come back. They still come back, and it pisses me off. And so you're right though. Empire Fire says, "Do it for 5 days, not minutes." I mean, I'm telling you, I started out with 1 minute. I started out with 1 minute because I didn't want to have to do anything longer than that. I thought I was, if somebody just wanted to drop a comment and then unsubscribe, they could do it. 5 minutes is crazy. I think it's just crazy. And purpley, hit the dislike button on your way out. And I'm not saying that to be rude, but I'm not even kidding. Like, I don't care if I get likes or I get dislikes. I don't care if I get subs or I don't get subs. I'm not monetized. I don't care. Please hit the dislike button. It makes me stronger. When I see people who continuously come back day after day after day and put dislike, it tells me I'm doing something right. So dislike the channel because you have to subscribe to it. Please. Because I agree with you. You should dislike that. 100%. It's crap. Updating the now that I'm off my soapbox, updating fidelity, and taking a look at our numbers, guys. Let's see what's going on here. Thank you, Suit. I appreciate it. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys write here. Let me take you guys over to the other page real quick here. Orders, let's see here. Let's go over to off exchange. An hour ago, we had 54.16% in the off exchange and the EDGX at 12.61%. I would expect those numbers to kind of be average for right now. Like that should be kind of maintained. Let's give it a refresh. 56.95% in the off exchange now with 11.45. So the EDGX is dropping a bit, but the off exchange is rising. Adding those two numbers up together, we get a total of 68.37%, which is 4.37% higher than a normal average day for us. Considering the fact that SSR is tripped for today, tells me that they don't want to create synthetic naked shorts. They're done creating synthetics. They would rather not. That should be pretty telling. Market makers do not want to have to create liquidity. They'd rather just use the dark pools at this point. An hour ago, there was 241,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now up to 325, which is going to increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 22.2%. Cost to borrow is at 4.59%. Let's take a look at the options. Man, KL, you're not kidding. Massive amounts of call options just being purchased like crazy. I gotta take 3 deep breaths here. Here we go. There's 1. 2. I gotta beat the brush out. I gotta beat the devil out of the brush here before I say this. All right. 3rd deep breath. All right, here we go. At a $12 strike price, the highest amount of call options in volume for the day today was at 15.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. The number is now at 24,000 contracts. On the puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at $10 with 3.1 thousand contracts. That is now up to 3.6. Market's still signaling for an $11 close for the day today based off of volume and the strike prices that I'm seeing. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in 9th position with a very healthy 73% buy to 27% sell ratio, looking beautiful as price moves up. GME currently is in 12th position with 73% buys to 27% sales. SSR is at $9.35. Shares available to borrow has been 0 since 9:32 this morning. Shares having been borrowed for the day today remains at 2.95 million shares based on Stonko Tracker's reporting. 135.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 10.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 43.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 20.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.79%, Dow Jones is down 0.02%, and S&P 500 is up 0.27%. Currently, we have 4,562 advancers to 2,939 decliners. The VIX is down 0.24%. IWM is up 1.22%. Tesla is up 4.71%. Amazon up 2.39%. Cinemark up 3.72%. Doge is down 0.69%. Bitcoin is pretty much breaking even and still under 30K. GME is up 14.56%. HYMC is up 0.82%. Hood is down 0.77%. NCMI is up 2.7%. AMC is up 7.65%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $6 million more roughly in inflow. And we've traded 19.76 million shares for the day today so far. After 167 minutes. Putting us on a pace for 46.19 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. So we are definitely decreasing in volume, although volume is starting to pick back up though. Remember, the number we need to really break is $11.85 to know that we're on a new high. Otherwise, we could just kind of rise back up to these original synthetic price failures that we had and then come back down and test the low that we had. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure on the Vortex indicator with an RSI of 34.36, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.86, below average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.2, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.91, which is signaling for overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.8, which is overbought, signaling for overbought. Pulling out those Bollinger Bands. So far, other than the touch that we had right back here, everything's been trading inside the Bollinger Bands. We've come back down to test the simple moving average. Oftentimes, when you do have touch points on the Bollinger Bands, that's where it returns to, either before continuing back upwards or breaking back down below the simple moving average to newer lows below that. So we'll kind of watch that a little bit here as it unfolds. I do have us on an ascending parallel channel that you can see here since the beginning of market open. This is a bearish indicator. When it breaks down, or when it breaks out, it should break out going down. If it does not, if it breaks going up, then there's a good chance that we may be on the backside of a cup and handle. But usually you see that ascending parallel channel on the backside of a cup and handle shape. It'll break out up going once. You'll create a new ascending parallel channel. It'll break out of a second time. If it breaks out after 2 times, I'm usually pretty sure we're on a cup and handle pattern. But sometimes it'll break out 3 times. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Yeah, Francis, I'm in agreement with you. And not only that, but I've said things in the past. I believe your name, I think your name determines who you are. I really do. I think your name can certainly impact who you are as a person, because other people hear your name and they treat you a certain way just based off of your name. And the way that you're treated in life can make a difference on who you are as a person. But I do believe that people are altered by their surroundings. It's kind of like the whole thing, like, when you're growing up, your parents always tell you if you hang out with bad influences, you're just going to be bad. It's kind of like that. Dr. Zeno says, man, this is bullcrap. Not knowing when or where it'll be said, I'm getting anxiety as I eagerly await to hear a hot catch. You never know when the hot catch is going to jump out at you. Gary says, there is no green until we see 21. Gary, I know a lot of times people ask me, what kind of indicators did you see when you say that you saw, I think it was May 26th. Let me just make sure it was May 26th or May 25th. I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, May 26th. A lot of people ask me, actually it was May 25th that I knew that it was going to go down, but it was May 26th that I was making my decision. So May 25th was kind of the day, the moment in time last year where I was like, this is it. I'm seeing all the indicators that I need to see. And a lot of times, I've had people in the past go like, well, what made you specifically think that? And I think one of the most defining points when you look at GME and the pricing and where price really started to explode, where it became uncontrollable as price moved around, it was $20. It legit was $20, and so I kind of always had this feeling that $20 was kind of like this magic number for AMC as well. And then, sure enough, lo and behold, let me pull up the dates here and look at them real quick. But I'm pretty sure it was May, at least around May 25th. Let's see, May 25th. The closing price for the day was $16.41. It was May 26th that we hit $19.55, but the high and the low were, I think we broke it like briefly, even though we closed at 1955, somewhere around the 26th, we actually broke that $20 mark. And it was at that point that I was like, yep, this is getting to that point to where it's uncontrollable now. They've lost complete control. And believe it or not, I feel like we're kind of in that same situation again. Whereas if we were to drive back up and start breaking past $20, it could become uncontrollable. Now it all depends, because we did watch it rise back up to $33, or was it 33.44? We did watch it rise back up to 34.33 and then come back right back down to $9.70. So we've seen the conditions are a little bit different than they were last year. And that simply has to do with the fact that it's not really the hedge funds that are the ones that are controlling the price any longer. So what it really comes down to now is whether or not people FOMO into a bunch of option plays uh, on a movement upwards. Because if they do, then we could see this stall out again. Because all it does is it creates incentive for brokers to keep the price down so they can collect premiums. But to be honest with you, hedge funds are done. They've been out of this game since November. Go back and look at the top 7 companies that have short interest open on AMC, and you'll see that they've hedged long since November. So they've got more to gain from a long movement in price than they do from a short interest movement in price, like a drop. So it really kind of comes down to us, and it also kind of comes down to a little bit of a catalyst within the market, if there's going to be some kind of catalyst that causes a market to crash. Gary says, remember, we took a 100 days of utilization or MOAS, which comes first? I forgot about that. I thought it was the Trilly, whether or not we would hit 2 Trilly before we MOASed. Maybe we took a vote on both. I'm waiting to hear a message from Adam Aaron talking about the amount of money that they raked in on the opening night. We'll probably hear something on Monday or Tuesday next week. Probably come in and be like, yeah, we made, $1.5 billion. Yeah, I can't wait. So the brokers know, our institutions know that they're lending those share rights because they're still short interest being taken out, right? The hedge funds are still trying to keep their head above water. And in order to do so, they're creating new short interest on a daily basis and trying to, they're buying and selling options just as much because they're trying to make money on these movements as well. If your broker knows that those guys need to stay alive, they're going to work in tandem because our brokers are going to be screwed. Uh, as soon as the price starts popping off, they're going to have to buy the shares for everybody who wants to sell. And they know they're going to have to be buying in prices that are exceptionally high. And they know that if they don't keep a fine balance of keeping the price in this, what I would call the institutional sweet zone, where they make the most money off the derivatives, then it's all over. They lose control and everything falls apart. So it's in their best interest to keep price in a place where institutions can make the most money from the most options expiring worthless. Need for Speed said, knock knock. Who's there? Yeah, not a problem. I mean, they're still making money on this, Dr. Zeno. I don't want you to think that I'm saying like the hedge funds have like closed shop kind of thing. They're still making money on this, right? The market makers are still, trading in the derivatives and trying to make as much money as they possibly can through this. It benefits them to continue to play the game, because it keeps them alive. Let me look. Let me look at somebody said Monday being a holiday. Let me check and see here. Next holiday is going to be May 30th. So yes, that's correct. Memorial Day is coming up. So you're correct. We have a 3-day weekend coming up this weekend, guys. Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't see it coming. And the next one after that's going to be July the 4th, which is, wait, that's not a Monday. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong month. July 4th is a Monday. So that's the next one. So we get off the 30th, and then we're also off on the 4th of July. I don't know if you guys, for those of you who are following this intensely, not that you're not following intensely, but in the past, when we've had 3-day weekends, we have seen pretty big price movements on the day that we return. Just throwing that out there. Not trying to set dates. Just saying. In the past, we have tended to seen some price rises after some holidays. Um, I'm just gonna throw this out there because I think y'all are amazing. I think every single one of you guys are amazing. You have amazing lives and amazing things that you do. And I just want to throw this out there. One of our very own has a YouTube channel, and I had no idea. But I'm going to share it with you guys just because I think, why not support it? So he has no idea I'm doing this, but just gonna throw it. I've only watched 2 of his videos so far. But Country Pride, CPE, you've seen him on here. He's got his own channel. It says Taste of Nashville Tour. I haven't had a chance to watch more than the 2 videos. I actually, believe it or not, I did watch more than just this first part of the second one. But um, yeah, he's got his own channel. I told him, I sent him a message earlier. I said, hey man, I think my beard would look better on you than it does on me. I think you should grow it out. But anyways, just throwing that out there. He's got his own channel. If you guys want to visit it, I'll put it in the link. Uh, I think it's cool. I like to support whatever it is you guys do. If you guys ever feel like you want to do a show and tell of something it is that you do, throw it out there. I don't mind. I don't mind supporting what it is that you guys are here, part of the community. Uh, when you're here on a constant basis and you want, you just want to, hey, look at what I can do. I'm all for it. Let's check it out. I want to pull something over here real quick and just kind of do a little bit of a contrast and comparison. I wanted to put the mortgage-backed securities and the SPY on top of each other. Actually, hold on a second. Can I just go back to home? Let's try that. Oh, I don't want that one. All right, so the reason I'm putting these on top of each other is I just want you guys to see contrast and comparison. Hold on a second, let me get this set up here. Let's set this to new scale A. No. All right. I'm still trying to get used to trading view. There's certain things that I just don't. I don't know how to get these so I can like individually adjust. Oh, there we go. All right, so there's that one. Then do this one to Z. Ah, cool. All right, here we go. So what I wanted you guys to see is I wanted you to see the mortgage-backed securities are is the price line that you're seeing in red and green. The orange line is the SPY. So I want you to see like where there was a point in time where I think we were doing. Where are we on here? Are we on daily? Yeah, we are on daily. Let's go to hourly. We were seeing inverse relationships occurring. And now I think we're starting to see linear movement. As you can see here, as we zoom in on this part, if I bring this down and I kind of put it down here, you can start to see how we're starting to The price line for the mortgage-backed securities is following the SPY. Here's an inverse relationship. So as the mortgage-backed securities are being dumped, the SPY runs up, and then as the mortgage-backed securities are being pumped, the SPY runs down. Then you have a period of time in here where they both kind of run sideways, and then the SPY runs down while the mortgage-backed securities go up. Then they come back to meet each other, and then you have SPY running up. Now you have mortgage-backed securities going down. So I guess there really is still a little bit of an inverse relationship here. But it's not nearly as much as I feel like it's kind of starting to align a little bit. And I would say the last time that we saw an alignment, like a major alignment, would have been back in this time frame back in here. So perhaps the last time that these were aligned was maybe around like May 6th. And ever since then, they've been pumping money into the markets since May 6th through those mortgage-backed securities. And you can see that always the mortgage-backed security always is one tick ahead of the movement of the SPY. Wait, is it the other way around? Hold on a second. Which one's which? Okay, sorry. The SPY is one movement ahead of the mortgage-backed securities. Here it was even though. They're actually even. Because the SPY is running, what I'm looking at right here is the SPY is actually running upwards, and then it doesn't actually have a fall off until the actual minute where the mortgage-backed security starts to rise. It's on the same exact minute. But now you have the SPY falling. This is the part that I think is kind of weird. This last little bit right here. The SPY is falling with the mortgage-backed security. So where we had an inverse relationship, we're now starting to look like we're having a gosh, why can't I think of the stinking name? I always get them mixed. A parallel relationship and I can't think of the stupid name. What is it? Hold on a second. A positive correlation. I don't know why I couldn't think of this stupid name. It's a positive correlation. So as one moves one direction, the other moves the same. Ah, jeez. Look at that. This is what I'm talking about. Thank you, Salty Dog. even with a 5 minute thing, I still get these yahoos that come in here and do this kind of stuff. Remtax says, "Have you seen my baseball?" I don't get it. Teddy Zane bought 5,000 shares. Congratulations to Teddy. Hey, CPE, you're welcome, man. I appreciate you. Start growing that beard out. If you're anything like me, once it gets past a little bit past what you already have going on your face there, it starts getting like super itchy, and you're just like, no, I can't take it anymore. Oh man, that was the hardest part for me, and it lasted forever. Let's see what we got going on in the news here. I'm afraid to look. I'm afraid to look. Ukraine warns of multi-year food crisis. Zelensky says situation in Donbas, very difficult. Kind of going through, seeing what people are posting right now. Here's somebody posting. Anyone else not able to get in the CS login page? I'm kind of curious. That was 1 hour ago. If you have actually, you know what? I have a computer share account. Let me try to get in. Don't worry, guys. I don't own any shares through computer share. I just used it for a sample testing ground to see what it was like. So far, no problems. Wait, what? Sorry, they asked me for like some kind of weird. They asked me a question, what my favorite car was, and I was like, man, I don't remember what I put in there. All right, well, I'm not having any problems logging into it, no issues logging into Computer Share for myself. I can see my account in here. Everything looks the way that it's supposed to look. No problems on my side. So whatever issues they may have had have been resolved. Son of a biscuit. Not sure I could go any longer on my man. I tell you, I totally understand that. Trust me. But you know what they say: if you can hold a beard, you can hold a share. They don't really say that. Excuse me while I get rid of this unwanted pornography. Francis said Teddy Zane swing trades AMC. He's not the only one. There's others. It's really kind of weird because, I feel like part of the reason why, well, I mean, the entire reason why I first got into this play in the first place was for GME, right? I bought my first 2 shares of GME on, I think it was either the 28th or I think it was the 28th. It may have been the 27th. I think it was the 28th of January though. And right, like worst time to get in. So I remember the price. It was $350 a share. So I bought $700 worth of GME shares, 2 of them, and then and then as I was waiting for some of the money to clear on some of my sell orders on another company to try and put the rest of the money into GME, um, I just wanted to be a part of the movement. I was taking extra fund money and just kind of putting it into the movement because I really felt strongly about what was going on. I've been saying since the early 2000s that this was kind of something that retail needed to see have happen, and so I felt really excited about just wanting to be a part of it. And then as time moved forward very rapidly, because it was less than 2 days later, like the 29th, I decided to actually start putting my money into AMC instead. And what I want to say is that um, my whole purpose for being here in the first place was because I wanted to see a market change. It wasn't. It was a cool idea that you could make money while you were trying to impact the market, but my first desire was to see a market change, and because I just really felt like from retail's perspective things just aren't fair, and and so it's kind of funny to me because now you have all these people here in YouTube who are uh, quote unquote AMC or GME supporters, and they're swing trading, and when you think about it, um, it's not really what it is that we come here to do. We didn't come here to, well, I mean, some of us came here to make money. Maybe even a good portion of us came here to just make money. But really, this started as a movement to show how the system was messed up, and kind of make an impact as a group to change that while making money. And so now you've got all these retail guys who are out there swing trading this stock, and they get support from people, and it's not really the right. That's not how you're going to get the impact that you're looking for. So it's not the original, what the original movement stood for, but yet people still stand behind them and support what it is that they say or do. And you have to ask yourself why. Why do people stand behind and support that kind of stuff? And I think that the answer is greed. People want to make money. If you're just here to make just money, you're probably not here for all the right reasons, because there's lots of places you can make money in the market. Lots of them. All over the place. Rowan says hi. How's it going, Rowan? Not yet, Francis. It would be way too early to be getting a handle. We're not even to the top side yet. Plus, in a cup and handle situation, I think that you would see more of a breakout on the ascending portion. Like you would see something like this right here. Usually, it's a much similar looking pattern to the other side. You know, that to give you that cup shape. Rowan, I'm doing well, man. Hope you're doing well. Thorbladed says I'm here for short squeeze and for '08. I mean, that's the other thing too, right? You know, I was part of 2001, 2008. My parents went through 2008. Um, it was redemption. It was about getting redemption. And swing trading these stocks is not that kind of redemption. That's just trying to get yours. Actually, let me rephrase that. Swing trading this and skimming from the top. And if you're swing trading this and you're just simply collecting more and more shares all the time and you're not skimming from the top, more power to you. But the problem is that when your yearly taxes come rolling around, meaning that they've been doing this since last year, if they've been buying and selling since last year, then they're going to have to skim off the top at some point. And skimming off the top is just you trying to get yours before everybody else. That's greed. Nobody likes to hear it, but it's true. Those are the same kind of people that are going to tell you that you need to sell at a certain price. GME is up 18%. You're right. That is insane. Let's look at it. Now that right there looks more like a cup and handle type movement that I would expect to see. Let's come back out to a 30-minute on that one, see what it looks like. Man, if it is, that's massive. It would be a massive cup and handle, but it would last again to like July. It's moving up like way too quick for that. It is definitely moving up quick. KL says, "What is with the nasty spam today?" It comes and goes, man. I don't know. I know Thick. I think Thick wanted to check that out once. You know what? Son of a, I don't know why I haven't done this before. We'll see how long it takes for him to notice. But Thick went to go check it out on another channel, see if it was popping up over there, and he said nothing else on the other channels. But I don't know, man. This stuff pops up every once in a while on the channel, and I just have to filter it out. Can I dual chart GME for a while? Absolutely, I can. Let's do this one. I don't know how that looks on the screen there. KL says you wouldn't think they would pick on a small channel. You wouldn't. You wouldn't think. Narkill says, "Is it wrong that I don't trust green anymore?" It's not wrong. It's not wrong. The only way I can show all the data on the screen here is if you're gonna have to see GME in blue because I've got a blue box set up on it that it's in. Remtax says, "What's green again?" You know, let's reverse this around. I wonder if I can. I probably can just. There we go. Thick says green equals you're lying to me. Red equals, well, at least you're telling the truth. Micah says maybe there are many porn watchers that are AMC shareholders. They have stopped watching the porn to follow us. You know, like I don't even know why like it doesn't seem to me like YouTube would be the kind of place that you would even pull that kind of stuff up at. So it's got to be something else. And I'm not sure what it could be related to or why they would seem to think that. There's got to be some metrics that it's looking at. I'll tell you what. Here's something funny, guys. Let me show you this. This will crack you up a little bit. Believe it or not, as a content creator, I get to see a little bit into your guys' world a little bit here, which might maybe explain a little bit of what it is that we're seeing. Let's see here. I'm not sure exactly how to get there, but give me just a second. I've only seen it a couple occasions. Ah, I found it. Okay. So this is kind of interesting. Explore what viewers are searching for on YouTube, and then I can go to your viewers' searches. I get to see what you guys search, guys. Believe it or not. It's some of the high things you guys search for is Shiba Inu coin, Luna crypto, Terra Luna, Shiba Inu auto. Apparently, I got a lot of auto guys in here. Shuffle dance. We got some dancers in here, apparently. Or you just like seeing people dance. I don't know. Housing market, Terra Luna crypto, Tesla stock, and Luna Terra. I don't know what the hell this whole Luna Terra crap is. I, I don't know. I have no idea. SoFi stock, BBIG stock, best stocks to buy now, Solana, Coinbase, stock market crash, Mulan stock, AMC short squeeze, Mulan, CEI stock, Ader, AMC stock prediction, GME stock, USDT, AMC stock today, Pantheon. If you're on my channel, you probably search for Pantheon. Redbox stock and AMC squeeze. Those are your guys' searches. Nothing in here that really kind of points towards anything, unless there was something I read in here that I just don't know is porn related. But kind of interesting, right? Seeing the research on what it is you guys are looking at. Uh, so I don't know. I'm not sure what to make of it really. Kind of interesting. I didn't know it was called. I heard Luna, but I didn't know it was called Terra Luna. Honestly, I'm not a crypto as a rule. I don't pay attention to crypto. I knew it was Luna, but I didn't know it was Terra Luna. But oh, yeah, I know all about it. I know all about the Luna rug pull. Thick, I think Thick just noticed. Ultimate power. Any tiny little living space. Let's see what you guys wrote here. Damn, I'm one of the shuffle dancers. You got me. Blake says he's one of the I don't even know what shuffle dancing is. No Melvin listed. Automotive, James like, that's me. Congratulations, Thick. This now means that we have to get together and talk sometime. So whenever you have some free time, let me know, and we'll get together and talk a little. Country Pride says, I'm the shuffle dance guy. The fact that your name says Country Pride in it tells me that that's probably there's a lot of truth to it. I don't even want to look it up, I'm afraid. That's funny. It's 12:09, guys. Let's go through our numbers. Starting with the off exchange. An hour ago in the off exchange, there was 56.95% traded, and the EDGX 11.45. Let's see what it is now. 59.6% in the off exchange, 10.81 in the EDGX. Wow, that is massive. That puts us at 70.41% traded in the off exchange today so far. That's really, really massive. 6.41% higher than normal. Considering the fact that SSR is tripped, that is an insanely high number. Shares having been borrowed for the day today was 325,000 shares, is now 395,000 shares. That's going to put our estimated current short share interest of the free float up to 22.2%, cost to borrow at 4.51%. Taking a look at the options. At a call strike price of $12 an hour ago, there was 24,000 contracts. There's now 31. On the puts, at a $11 strike price, an hour ago there was 10. The strike price for puts was at a $10 strike price with 3.6 thousand contracts. It's now at 11 with approximately 5.1 thousand contracts, which says that the market is indicating that we'll have a closing price now somewhere between $11 and $12, so possibly $11.50. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently in 8th with 71% buys to 29% sales. Looking good. GME coming in at 11th with 70% buys to 30% sales. Looking really good too. Also, trigger price for SSR is $9.35. Looks like they returned some shares right here, and yeah, it looks like they haven't really turned anything on the ETFs. Borrow fee is at 2.7%. So far for the day today, they borrowed 2.95 million shares. 135.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 10.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 43.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 20.5 thousand contracts that are in the money on the puts. NASDAQ is up 0.33, Dow Jones is down 0.35, and S&P 500 is down 0.08. The market is currently advancing over declining with 4,252 advancers to 3,259 decliners. The VIX is up 0.48%, IWM is up 0.77, Tesla is up 4.71, Amazon is up 1.92, Cinemark up 3.25, Doge is down 1.11, Bitcoin is down 0.34, GME is up 22.33%, and climbing. And HYMC is up 1.23. Hood is down 0.82. NCMI is up 3.15 and AMC is up 9.33%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $4 more million in inflow roughly. So far traded for the, no, I'm looking at, son of a gun, I'm looking at the wrong one. Take back all that information that I just gave you on that last part there. Currently we have, let's see, oh my, 12 million more dollars in inflow than outflow. 26.1 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. After 224 minutes, we're on pace for 45.54 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. If volume does continue to increase throughout the day today, we may close slightly higher with more volume than I predicted. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to be able to look at the rest of the information here while I've got GME pulled up. I mean, I kind of want to, I do want to leave GME pulled up, but I guess we'll just work. I just didn't want to have to like switch everything around. All right, let's take a look at AMC. AMC starting to rip up out of the ascending parallel channel, which is abnormal. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.78, which is below average. On the daily, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.8, which is below average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.1, which is almost signaling for overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more pressure, buying pressure than selling pressure and signaling overbought at 77.85. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI signaling overbought at 73.39. Getting a hard rejection off the top of that run right there. Very hard rejection. Yep, still low volume. It's possible for price to rise with low volume. Tim says, I hear people talking about a gap up. Do you see that happening? It could. It absolutely could happen. One thing about low volume is that prices both manipulated both down and up just as easily. I do kind of want to. We'll check out. I'm losing YouTube. Let me just check and see. down detector. It doesn't appear to be my internet because I'm still getting a pretty good feed on Weeble. So it does appear to be more of a YouTube issue than it is me. Yeah, it is definitely buffering. I can see it. It's saying excellent connection now, but I don't know for how long. Volume currently. Some of these minutes are over 200K. That's good. 250,000 shares a minute's a great pace to be on. Yeah, Haze Monster. Way to go, man. I want to see it too, Tim. Let's go together. I don't think my wife wants to see it. let's let's go. Let's just go. Screw them. We'll go by ourselves. You and me, buddy. Let's just go. Dan says this slow climb up screams options trap for Friday. Man, and the sad part about it, Dan, is that you know people are just FOMOing into the options right now like crazy. It's almost as if it's almost as if they have been so starved of action on AMC that they cannot wait to get their money in any faster. I mean, this is just it's really kind of it's really pathetic to watch in all honesty. Um, it looks like desperation. This reminds me of like when you're playing with a piñata. So somebody just broke the piñata, and like that kid's still swinging, right? Still swinging. All the kids come running out to go grab candy. And every single parent like dives for their kids. Like don't get in there. You're gonna get whacked. No, don't go yet, right? And then everybody just kind of lets their kids go, and somebody tries to grab the kid swinging. Inevitably, somebody gets whacked. It never fails. People get whacked. It's. I feel like it's just like a rite of passage. I don't know. This is even more sad than that though, because they're grown adults. Candy, yee, candy, candy. Oh man. Tim says I'll go with you. My wife didn't care for the first one. Let's go, man. Let's go. Remtax says 393 39 393.53. If SPY falls below, we will be heading down. Mortgage-backed securities started heading up approximately, I have no idea what time because it doesn't show me because of the mode that I'm in right now. But whatever time that was. I can't do this anymore, guys. I can't do the split screen. It's too much trouble. I can't see the charts that I need to see. Time-wise, it looks to me like it started rising in price right about 1303 or 1304 on the mortgage-backed securities. So we'll just say 1303. SPY started heading down. Pretty close to that. Maybe just a little bit before. Had that interesting little spike that occurred right there. That might have been something right there. That could have been something happening very specifically. That spike probably corresponds with this one, 1316. Really close. The SPY had finished ripping by 1316. There goes the SPY again, heading back up. I don't. If you're real rugged, I don't want to say it's the best. I just want to say that it's a way to trade to the lit market. I think that's probably a better way to put it. It is a way. I don't want to say that it's the best way. It is a way to trade to the lit market via Fidelity. Yes. And if you're trying to look for the best way answer out of me, I'm not going to give one. I got to be really, really careful about what I say, real rugged. Just know that. Know that I have to be super, super careful about what it is that I say, and I can't tell you, yeah, this is the best way to do it. You know, it's not. I can't do that. I have to be very, very careful about those blanket statements of this is absolutely the best way to do something in your trading. I can just say that yes, it is. It is a way. Thanks for understanding, man. Thick says reverse repo 1.99 trillion. Oh, we broke under two. Let me see. I don't know how you guys, I don't know what website you guys are looking at, but oh yeah, there it is. It's showing I'm showing, wait, I'm showing 1.987. I don't know why. What's the date? The 24th. Oh, I'm seeing yesterday. No, yesterday was over 2 trillion. I don't know. It doesn't update till later, so something's wrong with this update that I'm seeing. Whatever site it is that I use, it's not as good as the one you guys use. Thick, throw up your website for me so I can look at it on the same one. Unless you're just getting it from a report that somebody else is pulling. GME at 25.59. No, we're not gonna take it. This feels like a moment. Hold on a second. All right, this might be a good one. That's not it. Do you feel it? Oh yeah. Oh, you're not missing anything, MCon or Sammy. Just a moment. Just playing the music. It's rising in price. We're above 10%. I'm just feeling the groove, man. Just felt the groove. you betcha, Sammy. The market as a whole is running up right now, guys. It's not just us. It's everybody else too. Oh yes. Thick is not far from the truth. This is another van that looks much similar to the Big Tramp, the Lowrider Big Tramp. But there's another bus out there, another van saying, "Hey kids, I got some options over here. You want some options?" The whole market wide. Buy some options. We got options over here. It's like Wi-Fi free passwords. Come and jump in. Ramtax says, yes, that definitely doesn't feel special for just us. They're doing it across the board. Tesla's up 5%. Amazon's up 2%. Cinemark's up 4%. But GME's up 25%. They're breaking over 100 again. Micah says, when AMC goes down, sometimes my heart beats fast, but in a bad way. When it goes up, my heart beats in a most pleasing way. I would feel like it would be fast both directions. and then your heart like slows down to almost like not running when it's sideways. It's a good question, MCOM, but he's not. The speech that he's doing today is not I mean, it may be televised, but it's not being published as being televised on the website, the Fed website. Tim, take care, man. Have a good rest of the day working. Yeah, pretty much everything's running. You got it. Let me just check news and make sure we don't have any kind of crazy news going on here. Volume, just to let you guys know, is picked up to over 125,000 shares a minute. It's a good pace. Definitely a good enough pace to make me wrong on my volume prediction for the day today, which I don't mind being low on. Yeah, if you guys want to do so, I know Ape Radio was talking about doing something to help out the families, and they didn't want to donate money to just like Red Cross or anything like that. They actually wanted to make sure the money got into the actual hands of the people who were affected or impacted by what happened down in San Antonio. Um, if you're not already on Ape Radio, check it out. Uh, it's Twitter Space call that happens like right out. If you can go look it up like right after my show ends, or I forget what time they come in the mornings. They might actually be on right now. Let me just check and see real quick here. Yeah, it's not on right now. I'm not sure what time Ape Radio normally starts, but give me just a second, I'll tell you. Oh, wait. Looks like I don't know. It seems like it's impossible based off of what I'm seeing on Twitter to be able to pick up exact time. I know he's on usually. I know Ape Radio is usually on after my show gets over, my stream. So I know it probably is like the hour before, if I had to guess. Sam says we need Danger Zone. Let's put some more music on. Let's do it. Hold on a second. Let me look up the playlist. Here you go. I got a special one for you. Who wanted this? Who said that? Sam, this is dedicated to you. Take my breath away. No, I'm just teasing. I wouldn't do that to you all the way through. That would have been funny though. Let's see. Let's see how this one. I don't remember this one. Hold on a second. I used to own this album. I know I played this the other day, so. I just get this. I just see what you guys are writing. I want you guys to remember though, this is not really the end here. If it was, you'd be hearing it in the news that there's a hedge fund that closed their doors. Yeah, you guys gotta wait for the news on hedge funds closing their doors. Yeah, it's people cheering, AP. Alrighty, guys, we're getting really close to the $11.85 mark. That's the number that we really need to drive through really quickly and hard. You know, it needs to be just a really hard drive through that 1185. That is that synthetic price failure recovery. You know, when you've driven through that number, that 15% gain from the most lowest bottom that we just recently had at $10.30, that's going to be the point where you know we will start seeing new highs. Don't know how high it's going to go. You can try and do a little bit of technical analysis based off of some of the patterns that you're seeing, in my opinion, based on a 30-minute interval. Just kind of taking a look at some of the numbers and getting rid of this Bollinger Band here. I personally feel like we're seeing a little bit of a head and shoulders. If this is true, and we might see something a little bit like this. And actually, it should go into tomorrow. It should trade sideways. It should start pulling back down here and trading somewhere sideways by the end of the day. It could be. It could actually be. It is supposed to have the trailing shoulder on an inverted head and shoulders a little bit higher than the previous one, the leading shoulder. So you could have something along the lines of this. So you might see us kind of like trade sideways into the end of tomorrow, into the like mid to early morning of tomorrow, and then seeing a further breakout going upwards, potentially to perhaps like this range in here in like the 1354 range. Now the exciting thing about that is if you come to the 1 hour and you throw in your Ichimoto cloud in there, that would actually put us above the cloud going into tomorrow. You can see that on the cloud, the lagging line has crossed the price line, the conversion line has crossed the baseline, and the price is outside the cloud. If an investor wanted to get into this now, it is kind of starting to signal that point to where, guess what? Now would be a great time to buy because you don't want to buy inside the cloud. So if they wanted to try and capture, if they felt like this was going to continue on through the cloud at a thin point, crossing perhaps maybe in here, that this would be the time to buy in now, get in early and not have to wait until after the cloud movement. On a 4 hour, again, we don't see anything great on this one as of yet, but the futures look better. The crossover's there. But you need that conversion line to start heading upwards, crossing the baseline, and then the lagging line to start crossing price, which won't happen until we get above the price of 13.48, or the lagging line continues forward in the next 2 days and crosses it sideways, one of the two. So the 1 hour looks a little bit more pleasing to the eye on an indicator than the 4 hour. Haven't broken 1185 yet. That's the key number that we're really kind of looking forward to seeing here. We really want to break through that. Casey, by the way you reacted this morning at the opening of your stream, you're going to need a lot of tissues watching Top Gun. I'm not going to lie, I cried like a baby. All right. Duly noted, sir. Duly noted. Did Goose die again? Well, I think Goose's son is in this next movie, I think. Cutie cut, let's take a look at it. Cost of borrow for AMC is at 4.45. GME is going to replace AMC's data here in just a second. GME is at 193.63 with a current short interest at 27.07. It is rising pretty quickly. Borrowed change amount is up 474.61. Cutie cut, you're welcome. Cuddy. I don't know why I say cutie. Cutie. There's some reason for another that my brain reads your name as cutie. Cuddy cut. Spy is breaking down, Remtac says. Actually, you know what? Let's not even look at that. Spies in orange. Spy is in orange, and MBB is in. Actually, you know what? Let me just change it. See, I don't think I'll ever get I don't think I will ever get used to looking at this because I just cannot find my way. There's like too many options. For somebody who has ADD like me, there's like way too many things to look at. I just can't I can't locate my way around this very fast. Too much stuff to remember. Background. It should be under appearance. I don't know. I'm trying to change it to a line and I can't figure it out. So dumb. Let's see. Stupid market. I hate this stuff, man. I hate it when you can't just figure something out like easy. Like it should be really simple for me to right click on this. This is the most retarded thing I've ever seen. Like you can't right click on this and just instantly tell it like, "Oh yeah, here's a real quick easy line." Yeah, but it's like, "No. I have like a billion different choices to add in here. Like I have no idea how in the world I'm supposed to like try and figure this out. Like this makes no like this is why I don't use TradingView. This is just why I don't use TradingView. So dumb. Like, it's not that hard. Like, over here, look, line style, real quick and easy. I can change it to whatever I want to. Simple and easy. So simple. Even an ape like me can do it. This is why I prefer Weevil. It is so simple. A child can use it. It's just not that hard. There's not enough options to confuse you. Makes it so frustrating for me. You're welcome, Hayden. Uh, Let me check the link that Monty put up here real quick, guys. I just need to see it real fast. SEC halts alleged ongoing 39 million fraud by hedge fund advisor. Let's see. The Securities and Exchange Commission today announced fraud charges against Detroit-based EAI All-Weather Alpha Fund One Partners LLC and its sole owner Andrew M. Middlebrooks for allegedly engaging in a multi-year scheme that included the misappropriation and misuse of investors' funds. To halt the alleged ongoing fraud, the SEC sought and on May 19, 2022, obtained emergency relief from the U.S. District Court of the Eastern District of Michigan, including a temporary restraining order against EIA and Middlebrooks, and as an asset freeze against the defendants and named relief defendants. According to the SEC's complaint, unsealed yesterday from at least mid 2017 to April 2022. EIA and Middlebrooks deceived investors in their hedge fund. Let me just keep reading here, try to get to the good stuff. They misrepresented that they had that the fund had an auditor. Yeah, I don't know who they are, but let's check them out though. Detroit-based EIA All-Weather Alpha Fund One Partners LLC. I'm pretty sure this is like small potatoes. Looks like I'd have to be pulling. The fund at a glance looks like it's been doing terrible since its inception. Hmm. G Pink says Casey, has your Weeble account been showing strange days? P&L yesterday it said I was up $853, 856%. Definitely not because I'm in the red. It also just now said I was up 1,082%. I haven't really looked at it. Give me just a second because I don't actually believe it or not. This is gonna be really strange sounding, but I find it so much easier to use Weeble on my app on my phone than I do anywhere else. I don't see anything strange. I can tell you this though. I just did an update last night on my desktop. So I don't know if maybe they might have like a new update that you might need to do. Remtax laughing at me because I couldn't figure out TradingView. Cole says Casey literally an impression of anyone using TradingView for the first time ever, or even the fourth time. I use it like I don't use it on a constant basis, and I probably would be better off if I just completely dropped Weeble and just forced myself to start learning it. As is the case in the industry that I worked in for many, many years, I know that if you want change, you just have to be forced into it, and you gotta just dive in and start doing it. So I get it, and I just haven't forced myself to move into it, but it's because I like the colors. They're so much more vivid on Weeble. I can't imagine, and I know you can change the color scheme over here, but there's not the colors are not vivid. There's not a single color on here that's vivid. Everything is so dull and ugly and boring. And I can't imagine like showing that all day long. I can't even imagine looking at that all day long, to be honest. It's just they're not very vivid colors. Powell's Bowell's speech is not set up to be shown on the Fed schedule, so no. SPY has definitely got some volume picking up in here. A lot of positions moving, trading hands. I don't see it. It's not big enough. It needed to go up higher. Needed to get up to like 395. I'm sorry, 397. Mike is saying it's looking like a fake run. Well, you just wait. It's time to take a look at the numbers, and you just wait until you see how many options are start FOMOing in. You know what? Part of me, like, and I hate seeing retail lose, but if this teaches people the final lesson that they need to keep their ugly mugs out of the options, and it teaches them a really hard lesson, then so be it. Let's teach them a lesson because the only way that people are going to learn that you got to stay out of these options is by making it hurt really really bad. It's the only way they're going to learn, and unfortunately, that's what it's going to take because they're just not. It's either going to people are going to have to run out of money or they're just going to have to learn a lesson. And boy, let me tell you, the market loves teaching lessons. Man, does it love teaching lessons. You want to learn some hard lessons? Go trade in the high stakes options. You'll learn some lessons real quick. Yep, here it comes. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. Let's do this. In the off exchange, an hour ago, 59.6% going into the off exchange, and the EDGX was 10.81. Now it's at 62.01% going into the off exchange and 10.27 going into the EDGX. The total amount of money going into those two, or not money, but the total amount of volume is 72.28%, which is almost dang near. It's like 8% higher than what we're used to seeing going into the dark pools. So a lot of price discovery being siphoned off into the pockets of our institutional brokers. Shares having been borrowed in the last hour, it was 395,000 shares having been borrowed by AMC for short interest and other is up to 636,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 22.22%. Cost of borrow at 4.45%. Taking a look at the options. On the calls, highest. Oh, God. This is so bad, guys. This is so bad. I can't even take a deep enough breath for this one. Deep breaths. Oh, man, this is bad. So much cow patty stomping going on here. It's not even funny. At a $12 strike price, the highest amount of volume an hour ago was 31,000 contracts. It's now 54.6. It almost doubled in the last hour. The amount of cow patty stomping that went going that started happening. On the puts, an $11 strike price, there was 5.1 thousand contracts. There's now 7.9. The calls, I can't even do the math on this. The calls option outweighs the puts by a massive majority. Oops. Almost a 7-to-1 ratio in call options to put options in the highest amount of volume, in the highest amount of volume for today and the highest strike price, respectively. It's 7-to-1. 7 to. Moving on. I can't change. I can't change anything. People are going to be people. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME has moved into 8th position with 63% buys to 37% sales. AMC is currently in 9th with 69% buys, nice, to 31% sales. We're buying the rip. Absolutely buying the rip. SSR triggers at $9.35 for the day today. Shares having been borrowed for the day. Looks like there's an additional 50,000 shares that they borrowed, putting us at 3 million shares having been borrowed for the day today in total. Fees are at 2.7%. Currently, we have 135.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 10.4 thousand contracts in the money. Remember, this is all going to be based off of the numbers changing from yesterday, right? Not our total volume for today, just yesterday's data changing. 43.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 20.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Believe it or not, it looks like the numbers have actually dropped for next week because it was 50K. We had over 50K going in the out of the money call options, but it's dropped down to 48, which is good. But what that means is it just got rebalanced over here to the in the money side. Hopefully we can continue to see those numbers stay low. NASDAQ is up 0.58, Dow Jones is down 0.37, S&P 500 is up or breaking even pretty much. The market is advancing with 4,438 advancers to 3,071 decliners. The VIX is down 0.92, IWM is up 0.89, Tesla is up 4.64, Amazon is up 1.9, Cinemark up 3.06, Doge is down 0.83, Bitcoin is up 0.57, it's still under 30K. GME is up 21.85%, HYMC is up 3.69, Hood is down 0.77, NCMI is up 3.6, and AMC is up 9.29%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. We currently have 17 million more dollars in inflow than outflow, with 38.8 million shares traded for the day today, and we still got lots of time left in the day. We're going to break past my volume prediction for sure, especially with this volume candlestick that we just had. There's 1.4 million shares traded in this single minute right here alone. There's a massive amount of volume that went through right there. Let's see what kind of pace we're setting for the day today. Whoa. We're on pace for 53.6 million shares. I think it was like a pace of like 45 million shares earlier. So we have an increasing pace happening right now due to the high amounts of volume. If I throw up the Bollinger Bands back up there, you'll see there's a lot of volatility. So yeah, a lot of price movement here going on. I wouldn't say that we've necessarily really broken out of this ascending parallel channel just as of yet. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.6, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.01, which is below average. On a 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.28, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.15, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.13, which is basically average. If we were to take a look at this run for the day without those Bollinger Bands, you could maybe see some consolidation coming, breaking out, going sideways, maybe a little bit from this run up to kind of cool off some of our indicators like the RSI, which is running hot on a couple different time intervals. Yeah. Oddly enough, you know what this looks like? Where have I seen this before? Look at that. I don't even know if I can I get this smaller? Let me see. Remember what I talk about, guys, about there always being a peak and then having a price rundown and then a secondary price rundown and then something to within the top before it starts to run back down again. This is AMC that I'm actually looking at, but here's also the SPY. The SPY has something very similar looking happening with it. These algorithms are so ritualistic, it's not even funny. I actually drew this just a little bit wrong here. Hold on a second. Oh no, I didn't. That's right. I did it drawn right. So always a secondary run up right there. Let's see how close our secondary run up got on AMC to the top, just out of curiosity. $11.63 and $11.73. Let's see what that difference is. And it could have been so much lower. It's just running on a macro scale. So I mean it was only 10 cents difference from the top, but it's really low because of the very low percentages. It doesn't have to move very much to cause very big percentage changes here. Like I said, the Fed minutes were not good today. Good old boys barbershop. How's it going, man? This is a quote from CP saying that 50 basis points hike again for the next 2 months, Fed. I have to take a break until 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. Thanks again for the channel shout out. Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome, CP. M Height says, "Can I get 2 extra?" Yes, you can. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where everything is made up and the price doesn't matter. That's right. The price is like the SEC issuing fines for illegal activities. You can have 50 points. Keto says, Casey, do you have a checklist for the proxy voting? I do not, but if you go to the actual proxy itself, gosh darn it, why did it close that out? Hold on a second. If you go to the very bottom of the proxy, they do have a checklist. I haven't finished the last 20 pages, which I'm planning on doing this weekend. But if you do go to the bottom of the proxy, which I can provide for you through the SEC website, which is this right here, what you'll find at the very, very bottom of that is the proxy checklist for how you're going to be able to vote for or against whatever. So proposal A is for the election of the directors, Mr. Adam Aaron, Mr. Howard Koch, Miss Kathleen Paulus, and Dr. Anthony Sage. Then the proposal to ratify the appointment of Ernst & Young LLP as the company's independent registered public accounting firm for 2022, for, against, abstain, and then say on pay and advisory vote to approve the compensation of the company's named executive officers, for, against, and abstain. But that's at the very bottom. If you just scroll to the bottom of that thing, you'll find it. Glencore Swedish company got fined 1.5 billion. Tim I showed it on his channel. That's good. Yeah, I think a lot of them are tied together through the ETFs. I had a long time ago. This was presented in a Discord that I was a part of that I haven't even been to in a really, really, really long time. Let me share this with you. Let me pull this up real quick because I didn't have it up already. I thought this was probably one of the coolest. Like if you're a car guy, like this might make some sense to you, right? Um, maybe. And I would just kind of add or change something. So this is the rotating rear end assembly of a car, the rear differential, where you have like, and I told him, I said, what you really need to do is you need to have like a, um, I felt like, and this is just, I like the concept. I really like this car concept that they did here. Let me edit this page real quick. Hold on a second. So, so this thing like this, the Fed right here, strike that out and throw AMC over here. So one axle is like AMC, right? And or not one axle, but one side wheel is AMC. The other one he's got labeled right. Actually, I don't even need to get rid of that one because it's already labeled GME. And then what you have is you have a lot of your other smaller meme stocks like BB, whatever they may be, right? BB, BBBY. I don't care what it is you want to put in here. Whatever, fill in for each one of these. You'd have some of them coming up in here onto this portion, and you'd have the other portion of them coming down here. So they're kind of like the little ones that when the short hedge funds, who are the larger um, rotating gear, the short hedge funds decide to move this, they get to decide which ones are going to move in a certain direction, right? So as they move the gears, certain stocks are going to move in certain directions as they're moving it, right? The economy as a whole is going to be is the main gear shaft here, and essentially that's really going to be like I said that could be like the Fed, or maybe BlackRock and Vanguard and whatnot. But the short hedge funds, they get to decide which direction some of the things are going to move. So sometimes you have some things moving in one direction or another. If the car is going forward or backwards, AMC and GME are always going in the same direction. But when you turn the car, and we've seen this happen on a few occasions, where AMC actually won't run and GME will, or like for example today, when you have GME running up 25% today for GME, but AMC is only up 11%. And we've seen this happen where plenty of times before where one moves and not the other as much, right? Well, that just tells you that they're turning one direction and not the other. And so you may see some of the whatever the other key I'm forgetting what these are called again. Spider. They're spider gears. These spider gears that are attached to some of the smaller um, meme stocks, you might see those running in the direction of GME, and then the other ones might be running in the direction of AMC. So, and then you could probably, like if you were tracking it more closely, you could figure out which ones were on the spider gears which are kind of free-floating gears that allow the two different wheels to turn at different speed rates. But anyways, I don't even know if that helps you at all. But if you wanted to relate it to something, I think that's like kind of like a great example of. I love the example that was used there. I just think that they had it a little bit wrong. Um, I really do feel like each wheel, one wheel is AMC, one wheel is GME, and then you've got those spider gears that are turning in relationship. So, and that's kind of how I would. Um, that's how I look at it. That's what it seems like is happening to me. So for example, let's say you were a hedge fund, right? And let's say, for example, that you had excessive buying pressure. I didn't even finish AMC. Let's say you had excessive buying pressure right here under AMC, right? Well, all you do is you turn the steering wheel to the left. No, sorry, turn it to the right. Turn your steering wheel to the right. And when you turn the steering wheel to the right, AMC moves slower, right? So even though you have excess volume coming in on AMC, the price will move higher on GME and faster, but you're not worried about it because you're not getting excess volume that's moving in. And so you can use this whole like turning mechanism to be able to slow down the pace of buying pressure or um, that's the best way to say it. Buying pressure coming in on one stock over versus another, and you turn the steering wheel, redirect. Oh, I'll tell you what, Keto. I'm gonna do a final presentation on that. Probably starting because our voting, we don't have to have our votes in until I think it's like the 15th or something, the 15th, the night of the 15th. So I'm gonna say that I'm probably gonna do like a final presentation on June 13th. So, and you can change your vote at any time. There's no need to rush your vote one way or the other. It's not due until I believe let me just verify the date. Hold on a second. That's not it. Yeah, I think it's the 15th. I think that you have to have at least. I think it's the night of the 15th that they're due by. I'm trying to pull up the actual date where it says it in here, so I'm not just doing a trust me bro thing. mm, I've got it in a Word document, and I don't have the Word document open because my computer went down. Oh, here it is. I found it. By internet, you can access your internet voting site at the website or scan a QR code on the notice of your proxy card and follow the instruction screens prior to 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on June 15th. So you have until just before midnight to put in by internet. By telephone, you've same thing for telephone on time. By mail, it has to be received before the annual meeting. So I would mail it before at least 2 weeks before, just in case. Who knows? Because 2 weeks, two 2 weeks. It's a good amount of time to give our. wonderful postal servants. That's not the right word. Engineers of parcels an opportunity to get it there on time. Hayden, Hayden says, hello, sir. Welcome to Whitney's. Would you like a single or a double? No options. That's right. That's why I go to In-N-Out. I don't like options. I just want a burger. My name's Hot Koch. You knew it was coming. Nosa says, so in addition to art, movies, jokes, culinary, beverages, finance, etc., we have a new section for automotive mechanics. Love this channel. We got it all, Nosa. We got it all. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to go to break. I'm going to go to break, and I will be back by 2:10 because I'm leaving a little late here. I'm starting to get a headache. I got to get some, I got to take some medication because I don't want to have a headache for the power hour. I hate drinking with headaches. Tons of reasons why. So I will see you guys in 40 minutes at 2:10. I ate earlier. Or a shot. I can't do the drinks and the headaches at the same time. It hurts. Alrighty, guys. See you in a bit.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Welcome back, guys, to AMC and ADD, where everything's made up and the price doesn't matter. That's right, the price is like inflation. You know, transitory. Good to see you guys back. Welcome to the Power Hour. It's time to toast. What divides us is not the answer to tragedy. Answers are found in what unites. Community, guys. Community, community, community. Cheers to community. Building relationships is what it's all about. Let's take a look at our numbers before I get all emotional again, like I did this morning. Don't go back and watch this morning. I was a mess. Don't do it. Let's go back and take a look at the numbers because you know numbers are numbing. In the off exchange, let's see, we had 62.01% and 10.27 as of an hour ago. Let's give that a refresh and see what we're looking like right now. 64.28% in the off exchange. The EDGX is underneath 10% at 9.82. I have not seen anything like this. Hold on a second. 64.28 plus 9.82. Almost 75%. We're 74.1% of our volume has gone through the dark pools. Nearly 75%, almost three. Excuse me, almost 3/4 of all of our volume going through the dark pools with SSR being tripped. That should pump you guys up. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was 636,000 shares having been borrowed. That value is now up to 846,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 22.24%, and the cost to borrow is at 4.28% for the average. Taking a look at the options. At a $12 strike price, an hour ago there was 54.6 thousand contracts. There's now 62.7 thousand contracts that have been opened in volume today at a $12 strike price, which is, we haven't even hit 12 yet. On the puts, the highest amount of volume at $11 strike price went from 7.9 thousand contracts to 10.1. Almost, that's over a 6-to-1 ratio in calls to puts. The volume on both sides is kind of making it look like we're going to close somewhere around 1150, and we're at 1167 right now. So kind of on target for that. Orders by Fidelity customers, GME coming in 8th with 61% buys to 39% sales, getting a little bit of a sell-off here. I mean, it's not a sell-off, but I mean, we're down to the bare bones, 61.39, you know. That's low for GME. AMC coming in at 9th with 67% buys to 33% sales. Just because the price is ripping doesn't mean you should just go out and sell. We don't need no paper handers around here. SSR trips at $9.35. In the last hour, it does look like they've borrowed another additional 50,000 shares, putting us at 3.05 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. Fees are up to 2.8% now. 132.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 13.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 46.7 thousand contracts are out of the money versus 17.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.98%, Dow Jones is up 0.81%, and the S&P 500 is up 1.24%. We currently have 5,230 advancers to 2,306 decliners. The market is not ripping. Not yet. VIX is down 3.84%. IWM is up 2.13%. Tesla up 6.02%. Amazon is up 3.51%. Cinemark up 4.72%. Doge is down 0.67%. Bitcoin is up 0.43%, but still under 30K. GME is up 25.77%. HYMC up 4.1%. Hood up 0.89%. NCMI is up 5.42%, and AMC is up 11.65%. Inflow versus outflow, we have currently $19 million more in inflow than outflow. We're over my volume prediction between 20 and 40 million shares traded for the day today at 46.83. This might be that moment where we can start, or maybe even tomorrow might be that moment where we can start looking at volume and saying, I think we might be having another spike in volume. But we'll see. Time will tell. Currently, we've traded 46.85 million shares for the day today. We have a little less than 45 minutes left of trading. Which puts us on a pace for 52.5 million shares traded for the day today. We have not broken past $11.85, which is the 15% up mark from the low of $10.30, which that's what we really need to drive past to tell us we're heading towards making new highs. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.91, which is above average on the RSI. Sorry, what am I saying? Whew, that is not above average, below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.51, below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 69.46, almost signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.43, which is above average. No, it's not. It's overbought. That's signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.93, which is just above, slightly above average. Knocking down that volume is key. They want us under 60,000 shares a minute. Some minutes they're able to do that, but then volume spikes back up every once in a while. Two things I wanted to share with you guys while I was on break. Number one, I'm going to have to resend it to myself because obviously there's a limit on how long that lasts for. Open in a new tab. So the first thing is hedge fund brace for 20 billion redemptions. Citgo says only 40% of hedge funds globally made money in the first quarter. Return gap between top and bottom performance widens. This article was printed yesterday at 10:52 p.m. last night. Hedge funds globally are bracing for nearly 20 billion of investor redemptions for the rest of 2022, even after seeing a net inflow in the first quarter. According to a report from Citgo Group Limited, investors are already scheduled to withdraw 13.5 billion from the industry in the current quarter and another 6.3 billion the rest of the year, said the fund administrator. While the numbers are smaller than the first quarter, redemptions of almost 39 billion, they can change significantly in either direction depending on the fund's terms and investor actions. Hedge funds have been hit with widespread losses in recent months amid a confluence of factors including geopolitical tensions, rising inflation, and monetary tightening. Large funds, including those run by Tiger Global Management and Melvin Capital Management, are among those that have suffered outsized losses. The figures don't reflect potential fresh investments. The industry drew a net inflow of 13.6 billion in the first quarter, more than double the amount of the previous 3 months as fresh subscriptions reached 52.5 billion. Overwhelming redemptions, Sicko noted. Out of the net total, nearly 79% went to funds with assets of 5 billion and more, even as poor performance is at large funds drag down average industry returns. Only 40% of hedge funds globally made money in the first quarter, compared with 61% in the previous 3 months, Sicko said. The return gap between the top and bottom 10% performers widened to nearly 26% points in the first quarter and 17 percentage points 3 months earlier, the report showed. This was put out by Bloomberg. That was the first one. The second one that I wanted to share with you, if I can find it. Where did I see it at? Oh yeah, this one. Fed meeting minutes. The Federal Reserve Board and Federal Open Market Committee on Wednesday released the attached minutes of the committee meeting held on May 3rd through 4th. This is interesting, and I need to read through this a little bit more closely. I'm going to read through this a little bit more closely. I'm going to post this up there for you guys to look at as well. There's some things that are said in here that I think might need some close attention. Yeah, we need to go through this. So many words. Too many words. they overloaded me. All right, I'm gonna take a look at this on some downtime. I think, not when I'm, watching the market constantly, because it's bad to do. But there you go. There's the link to it. All right, let me see what you guys are writing here. I'd rather read that. It's so much more fun. Remtax says tribe and community cheers all. Gotta have tribe. I agree. They used to have a what was that saying? You're only as strong as your weakest link. Oh, look at that. Mike actually said it. We are only as strong as the fellow brothers and sisters. Remtac also said, damn right, no paper handers. Get the hell out of here. Go put your paper hands someplace else. keep keep your paper hands out of my diamonds. All right, let's talk about something. Let's see if we got any news from the old I can't call him what everybody calls him. I'm gonna call him the Maverick. What do we got going from Adam Aaron here? Maverick. I don't see he doesn't have any new posts up yet. I'm really kind of itching to see what he's going to put down for earnings. I know he's going to wait until next week, and it's going to drive me nuts. And I agree with the fact that he should wait until next week to give us the numbers for Top Gun. But I really want to know early. I really want to know those numbers sooner than later. I just can't wait to hear him. Let's see what we got going on over here. This is from FJ. Oh, hey, I wanted to just say something real quick. Yesterday, I know there was that what was her name? Um, Something Prims. It'll never come to me, but I just want to mention this real quickly here. Um, I try to give credit wherever credit's due, and I just kind of saw something on Reddit where um, I think there might have been some usage of somebody's content without their permission, and um, and I just want to say right now that I would never try to just steal somebody's content. That's not my intentions ever. And I had a conversation with him just to let him know that I had used his. Apparently, I didn't realize that some of the video that had come from his work. Um, but from it's me, Aaron, at it's me, Aaron, 1886. He does have a YouTube channel that he has, which I did subscribe to, where he put together that. Let me just pull it up here real fast. He was the one responsible for putting together that short little 5-minute clip that most of us saw, probably all over the place. Let me just find it real quick. Yeah, this one.
We begin virtually.
No, Nami Prins, Prins. Nami Prins. This one
With
that I played yesterday,
economy and our financial system
where she was
has become
talking
so
about
unequal,
like
unjust, and
how everything she's worked for who was it, Goldman Sachs or something like that? I can't remember who it was she worked for, but she worked for a big company before, so she's been in the institutions for a while. She knows what's going on, and she kind of talks about a lot of different corrupt stuff. But anyways, he was responsible for clipping out that 5-minute clip of hers talking to the Senate, and so props to him for putting that together. Um, and I did go back and re-edit my description box and put his name in on yesterday's video to give him the credit for that. So, but yeah. Um, oh yeah. So the one that I was talking about right now, this was kind of funny. I'm laughing about it. FJ Howers. I can't even say this name. I can't say it. But this just made me laugh a little bit here. This is posted by this. I can't say this name. Whatever this name is. Fahoris Lacuey. Whatever. He said. he said. He said the girls go crazy when I tell them I'm long. Too bad it's in AIM. It is AMC. Oh man, I love I love the humor in Reddit. Top Gun Maverick set to soar to 180 million for the week, repping best global start from or for Tom Cruise weekend box office. 1.8 million doesn't seem like that seems low. You know, there's another little quick thing that I want to throw out there for you guys. I don't know why I hadn't really kind of thought about this really too much, but I want you to. Oh wait, Hayden Johnson says Avengers Endgame grossed 357 million first weekend for many reasons besides just a good movie. I predict Top Gun will gross 435 million first weekend. Those in charge can't hold AMC down. Yeah, I think those initial estimates are probably going to get blown out of the water, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see. But check this out. This is kind of interesting. I want you guys to kind of think about this for just a minute. Um, we know what's reported. We don't know all of it, but we know of what's reported that there's 166.93 million shares on loan, right? Hold on a second. That number is getting awfully close to that number. It's getting awfully close. I've been doing these videos for a long time, guys, and if you ever want to go back and look at the data, you can. Go back to November. How many shares were long in November? When our utilization in November was only let's see, how much was it? When our utilization was down at 73.17%. Go back in my videos to November 26th and see how many shares were on loan at that time. We can do a comparison, a contrast and comparison. Remtax says, and it's a sequel. Maggie says, Casey, did you get asked? Did you get to ask the Fed about the trillions of dollars he's throwing into the market when he claims we're out of money? No, I did not, but we need to. I really wish we had access to somebody in the media that we could, who tends to attend the. Well, you know what? Let's do that. Why not? Why not, Maggie? Salty Dog says we're going to see Top Gun 2 tonight. Tell me how it goes, man. I can't wait to hear your report on it. Text me. Text me right after you get out. Maggie, let's do this. Let's go back to. We're going to do a little bit of project here. Maggie just gave me homework. Nope. No sign, Joe. No sign of the kitchen sink yet. Let's go back to the Fed meeting. Oh, come on. Did they not? Did they take them down after they do them? Maybe it was last month. Hold on a second. All right. I'll tell you what. What we're going to do. Let's try going about this a little bit different. Let's try Nick. Timmy, good old Timorose. Nick Timorose. Let's give Nick Timorose a little bit of an email and see if he isn't willing to ask that question for us. Because why not? You know what, Maggie? Why not? It never hurts to ask. It never hurts to ask. That is not what I want. So I'm going to go ahead and create this message. It is Nick Timorose at Wall Street Journal. It's WSJ.com. NIC. Well, hell, I'll just post it in here for you guys. So if you want to send the same email to him, you're more than welcome to. Perhaps he gets annoyed with enough people asking. Where's the Fed getting the trillions of dollars he's throwing into the market when the claims they're out of money? So let's think about how we're going to ask this in a more like less hostile kind of way. Uh, so for the title for the message, Fed meeting questions. Nick, I'm gonna start off with the fluff. You know, you got to start off with the fluff, make them feel good, right? Like, Nick, thanks so much for your reporting. Like he's like, I don't do any reporting on the Fed meeting minutes. Thanks so much for your reporting on the Fed meeting minutes. There seems to be a common question arising amongst the retail community. Where is the Fed continuously? Boy, if you guys could only see the spelling errors I got going on here. Where is the Fed continuously getting the funds to appropriate towards, let me see how Maggie said it. Injections into the market to keep it afloat. Sincerely, Casey Shaw. I didn't even fluff them that much. All I said was thanks so much for your reporting on the Fed meeting minutes. I added to the very end. Would you be willing to ask this or ask that this question be asked in the next meeting? That sounds stupid. Would you be willing to ask this question in the next meeting? Send. Send. Why not? Never hurts to ask questions, ever. Casey, use your clout. I don't need to use clout. Let's see here. No, Maggie. It is not. The Powell is not my besties. I'm sorry, but you've got it all wrong. I hate to tell you this. You got it all wrong. It's good old Gazerbeam Gary. Good old Gazerbeam Gary is my bestie. Him and I, we go way back. You just can't call him. Just like you can't say I like hot crotches gap in his teeth unless you know him. You can't call Gary Gensler good old Gazer Beam Gary unless you know him quite well. But no, Powell's Bells is not my bestie. You can ask him during your chess game tonight. Oh, man. You never know. Dear Nick, do you know Hot Koch? Thick says, I'll be your angry translator. Hey, where the fuck is all the money coming from? Add daily injections and bless your heart, Maggie says. That actually would have been kind of funny to put in there. Bless your heart. Thank you so much for your time. Nosa says I would add a PS at the end of the message. By the way, if you, I should have put a hashtag 2 weeks apes know at the very end, and I didn't. You're right. Yeah, no, I didn't put any of that stuff in, guys. I apologize. I didn't read your comments until after I'd already sent it. Pumpy, how you doing? Is the market rebounding? No, Savvy, and in fact, a lot of times, like if you go back historically and you look at some of the big moves that the market's had, like in the past, hey, this is one of those times I get to use something from TradingView over here that might actually be worthwhile. If we take a look at, for example, actually, hold on one second. Well, I wonder if, hold on one second. What can I look this up on? All right, give me 1 second. And let me see if I can't find what it is that I want to show you. If I can, I'll pull it over and we'll look at it. But yeah, this doesn't seem like it's going to work for me. Yeah, it's 11. Well, I'm trying to think of what I can show it to you from. I wonder if I could show you in the SPY. Let's take it back out to like one. I'd like to do something less than 1 month. Let's try 1 day, maybe. That might be a good way. let's go back to 2020. That's perfect. All right. So you got to remember that anytime a stock runs down, it's very similar to how when it runs up. And what I'm showing you right now is the SPY in 2020 of February. And what I want you to see is that as the price rounds the top here and comes back down and has a failure, there is a stair-stepping action back up, and this is on a daily interval here. So each one of these days, you can see it actually moved pretty big amounts in single days here, four single days before dropping even more rapidly. Then you can see it comes back down, and if you zoom in specifically on this spot right here, as it's coming down, you can see another drive up, some more driving down, more drive up, more down, more up, more down, until finally it hits a bottom. What we could be at right now could be this kind of moment right here on the SPY, but on a much grander scale way up here. So again, if I were to take this and move this into, like, say, for example, a weekly instead of a daily, you would see the same kind of breakdown where it looks a little bit like how that other one did, where it's driving down and then you get a couple days where you get price moving upwards. Running down, you get some times where the price does start to run back upwards. Just because it starts to run back upwards on just a small period of time doesn't mean that it's the end, it's the bottom, because more than likely it's not, because usually there's more movement downwards. So that's what I would say. Today is probably likely one of those time periods where, as we're stepping down here, we're getting a little bit of price movement upwards. It may be short-lived. The great thing is for us is that it feels good for a day, right? You go like, yay, breather. There's still more down to come. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't think that this is necessarily a recovery. And as you can tell from the looks of this chart right here, it's not. This is not. What you saw today is not a recovery. Surprising option values are low. What does that mean? Savvy asks the question, what's the bottom, do you think? When you look at OBV in here, oh my gosh, that's not right. Let me add OBV in here. All right, so what I'm going to attempt to do here is I'm going to try and line up OBV to a point in time where OBV was kind of at an all-time low, and that the SPY can be seen in contrast to it. Hold on a second, let me just change one more thing on the OBV here. So I'm going to drop that some more. I mean, when I look at this, I feel like there's not nearly enough volume to support the kind of levels that we're at, and that you could actually see a price price failure, perhaps maybe back to as low as 216 on the SPY. There might be enough volume to support that. Might. It could fall further. I'm making some very large assumptions here, because there appears to be two different periods of time where you have an excessive amount of inflation in price, which appears to have started somewhere around January of 2015, and then an exceptional explosion in March of 2020. But if you were to try and bring it down, this first portion in here, this first phase of volume, and kind of align things back up for inflation for that period of time, you could be looking. It'll try to overdrive past where the balance of volume is, and overcorrect like it did in these two periods of time right here. And so the chances of it coming back down to these low numbers down here in that 220 range is very good for correct. That's what you would want to see for a correction. And then hopefully you don't lose a whole bunch of volume as that happens. If you do, then it could be even lower. You could be looking at 182 as your next level of support. So, shoot, it's 302. Yeah, you guys got me. You guys got me talking at the very end there. I looked over and I saw Thick's. Shh, don't tell him. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing. We got another one of those aftermarket runs here on that little bit of one of those sticks, those weird looking movements. If you pull up the actual price movements, since we're still talking here at 1603, we can take a look at the actual orders. It looks like it went down to 1097. There's your orders right there. It was real. There was two orders. Well, actually, there's a total of about 5 orders that went through that caused it to knock it down to 1097 and then back up to 1184. So real moment, real stuff happening. All right, you guys, it's that time of the day. It's beyond past that time of the day. So, as usual, eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is Thursday, not drinky drink Thursday. It's just Thursday. But spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go out and see freaking Top Gun, because it's supposed to be pretty good. But above all else, don't have a good rest of the day. Have a great rest of the day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and advance.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
given me hell. You could never feel my story, it's all you know. You could never feel my story, it's all you know. Oh, oh. May our dreams come to reality of all else failed. Give all we needed the company, let's drink your hell. You could never feel my story, it's all you know. You could never feel my story, it's all